2, 1, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. This is perfect. This is perfect. Okay. Same level of music. Just a little bit up. A little bit up. Yes, this is perfect. Just tick down. One tick down. Yes, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, and now in Doha Marathon by Ooredoo, we are now 15 minutes away from the start. If you are a runner doing the full marathon, it is time for you to start and warm up for the race. We're going to be seeing you closer to the start line in 15 minutes.
mbele ya nini ya jina
na huko mbele That one. ये निकलेगा.
Thiago, o David. Alô, controle.
जल्दी. बेटा, राजीव, 4 आदमी इधर ले जाओ. 4 आदमी इधर ले जाओ. और नाल में.
Controle, David.
What is Rob?
David.
रशीम भाई.
Olha, quer ver aqui o backbox? Ok, eu estou aqui na câmara com o intercom. Fala de 70 só, ok.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, welcome everyone who's participating in Doha Marathon by Aredo. You can see your runners warming up and getting ready for the race in 45 minutes. We're going to be seeing the full marathoners coming to the start line to start their race at 6 a.m.
Only one doesn't have to.
Ladies and gentlemen, anyone who's not on the racetrack, if you're not on the racetrack or doing the race, please make your way to the village. Please make your way to the village. This is only now for the people doing the race. The 42 runner in today's race, please make your way out.
One thing, we have one for you to let pass. We need to go. People are coming from here. No, we cannot go in. We need to go out.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, welcome to everyone now coming on to the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo. It is 14 minutes before we start. If you are a full marathon runner, you've got 14 minutes before we start. We're seeing the runners now warming up, getting ready to come to that start line and go on to that corniche, running their 42 full distance. And now we are waiting for the start line of today's race.
que o André estava a perguntar porquê.
start the first race.
Exactly.
Let's make some music, come on. Can I have the music, please?
Well, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo, and you are very welcome indeed on this rather chilly start to a January morning here on the Corniche in Doha. But the weather conditions, which we will talk of a little bit later, are, I think, going to be perfect for this race. There is a little bit of a breeze, but it's not too strong. Possibly the strongest it'll be on the Corniche on the way back on the second loop. But preparations, as you can see from these excellent pictures being provided by our colleagues at Al-Cas, show you that the mass bands of Qatar are already out on the streets, as are our elite athletes warming up. There are the weather conditions as we stand at the moment. A clear sky, 17 degrees, no chance of any rain, and as mentioned, that gentle breeze of 7 kilometers an hour. And a lot of the athletes we spoke to yesterday, more details coming later from them, were very pleased indeed about the state of the weather. Okay, let's have a quick look then at the state of the course, the 42-kilometer course here in Doha.
في ماراثون الدوحة من لعام 2025. خلونا ناخذكم في جولة بسيارة تويوتا على مسار الماراثون لفئة 42 كيلو. راح يبتدي الماراثون من جنب حديقة فندق الشيراتون باتجاه الكورنيش، مرورا بحديقة الدفنة، مرورا بمجسم الأقواس في حديقة البدع، والمنصة الأميرية على كورنيش الدوحة، حيث ينعطف يمينا عند الوصول بجانب مجسم المحارة إلى شارع حمد الكبير، ويمينا مرة أخرى بمحاذاة سوق واقف. ينعطف المسار يسارا وثم يمينا إلى شارع الريان مرورا بجانب مشارب قلب الدوحة. بعدها ينعطف المسار يمين على شارع الديوان، راح تشوفون في طريقكم الديوان الأميري، وينعطف يسارا إلى الشارع الأحمر اللي يمتد على طول شارع البدع، وراح تشوفون مجمع خليفة الدولي للتنس والسكواتش وصولا إلى برج التورنيدو، والالتفاف 180 درجة عودة إلى شارع البدع والشارع الأحمر مرورا بالديوان الأميري ومشارب وسوق واقف وصولا إلى شارع حمد الكبير، ثم الانعطاف يسارا إلى الكورنيش وصولا إلى ما قبل تقاطع حديقة الشيراتون، والالتفاف 180 درجة للعودة على نفس المسار مرة ثانية وصولا إلى تقاطع حديقة الشيراتون عند نقطة النهاية.
So as you can see, it's a very compact course here in Doha. It has been changed slightly from last year. One or two little amendments, but a good use of the corniche, which surely has to be one of the most picturesque parts of any marathon course in the world. This event here in Doha has really picked up in popularity. The organisers were saying yesterday that just 2 years ago there were 2,000 runners who ran the 42k, the 21k, the 10k and the 5k. Well, that number up to 15,000 in 2025. Registrations closed 1 month ago and they could have sold a good few thousand more. So this race is definitely on the up. It's a gold level race as approved by World Athletics. And the organisers are trying to make sure that it continues at that very high standard and improves along the way. And if we do have any of those local organising committee members, or indeed anybody from the Qatar Athletic Federation who happens to make their way past the announce box, which is situated right by the finish line and can virtually touch the athletes as they come through, then we'll try and have a little word with them here in the announce area. So the elite men, 2 pages I believe of athletes of elite men, and 1 or 2 names I'm sure you will recognise. We'll be introducing you to 3 of the men on the start line, but of course 1 or 2 names that will just pop out. Shura Kitata, of course, will be familiar to people who've watched London or New York. Mohsen Atala from Morocco. Somebody who knows the Doha course quite well, having won this race in 2023. And Kenya also well represented across the men's field. Back with these wonderful live shots. The dawn just beginning to break here in Doha as we show you the elite women. Ethiopia and Kenya again well represented here. News, I think, that Rosa Dereche unfortunately won't be with us this morning here at the Doha Marathon. Quite a late pull-out, but Joan Kipyatich will be here. You mentioned, you saw her name there in the middle of that starting pack. So the athletes in the elite race beginning to make their way towards the start line. The start line and finish line in slightly different places here in Doha. You may catch a glimpse of the finish line as the athletes make their way past it. There are still 1 or 2 frantic activities still taking place on that part of the course, with some sponsor decorations still going down on the floor. This road was still open last night when I left here about 8 or 9 o'clock, but closed now, of course, and those last-minute preparations still taking place. So we have around about 19 elite men taking part in the race, 3 of them pacemakers. We'll give you details of those pacemakers and, of course, the timings that people are looking to achieve as we get a little bit closer to race time. There's Joan Kipyatic of Kenya, part of our press conference team. Most of the athletes we did speak to yesterday at that press conference were very, very pleased to be here in Doha. They were very, very pleased with what they saw in terms of the course. The hotel, of course, here in Doha, as you would expect, is very, very good. It's the Sheraton, one of the earliest luxury hotels ever built in Doha, which has an ever-changing skyline. I am amazed that every year I come here, something has changed from the previous year. And the Sheraton to the start line, these athletes didn't even need to get in a bus. It's a very short walk of around about 2 or 3 minutes. And we all left the hotel this morning to around about 4:45 to get here. You can see Spencer Barden there in the middle of that picture with his back to you, one of the local organising committee members, a man responsible for getting the fields together. Spencer, who works in tandem with American agent and race director John Nabani, and you'll see them, I'm sure, in these pictures from our colleagues at Al Cas throughout the morning, making sure that everything is running to time. So Amit Ahmed there, there's Joan Kipyatic of Kenya, 26 years of age. And of the men, Kaan Keegan Ojbilen of Turkey, Mohsin Atala of Morocco, and Shura Kitata of Ethiopia, the 5 athletes that have been brought forward for special attention here at the Doha Marathon. The rest of the field will now bunch up behind them. We are getting very close indeed to the start of the race, under 90 seconds to go. There once again, Aminat Ahmed of Ethiopia, 24 years of age, now with her name coming up on the race graphics. Joan Kipyatic, 26 years of age, a best of 2:23.45, which was set here in Doha in 2024, one of our pacemakers. Again, details of the paces coming up a little bit later. Kaan Keegan Ojbilen of Turkey turned 39 on Wednesday. He was in fine form at the press conference yesterday. 2023 Doha Marathon champion and last year's Marrakesh half marathon winner is Mohsin Atala. And very, very popular man on the marathon circuit, a man who has won London. He's also finished second in New York, Shura Kitata of Ethiopia. I wonder if we may have already seen the winners of the Doha Marathon 2025. 20 seconds away now from the start of this race. I can hear the camera bikes beginning to get into position. The camera cars have left. Brand new Jeeps they are too, and very resplendent they were with their livery. And state-of-the-art cameras. You can see the boom camera there from our television colleagues, ready to get all the pictures of the start of this race. Getting very close now.
And the countdown of 10 seconds with the gun.
So last minute preparations. Cameras, I think, have now cleared the start line. Last few people just getting out of the way. Athletes will be walking forwards very shortly indeed. Ready for the third instalment of the Doha Marathon, as mentioned, the gold level meeting. Anticipation as the athletes just wait to be given the off.
Ten seconds.
Just beginning to get light here in Doha this January morning.
اللحظات ويتم الانطلاق 10 ثواني.
In 10 seconds.
Ahmed,
with 5,
concentration on her
4,
face.
3,
quiet,
2,
communicative person,
1.
but goodness me, what a competitor, and away they go. Perhaps a little bit of a stumble at the outset there, but the race has gone. And you can see the rest of the field streaming through the start line now behind our elite athletes. I'm sure there'll be one or two very, very enthusiastic amateurs in the early stages of this race trying to keep up with the elite athletes. Not sure that's the greatest use of their stamina. One of the slogans of this event is run your race, run your own race. And that is very, very good news, very good advice for anybody involved in marathon running. 42 kilometers, a pretty long way to go. And having to sprint at the very beginning to keep up with elite athletes, as I say, probably not the best idea.
42 كيلو متر مثل ما تشوفون بلش في تمام الساعة السادسة صباحا من صباح
So here's our overhead shot. A couple of drones, I understand, will be up in the sky for the duration of this marathon. Now, in terms of timing, that's quite interesting. Because if conditions are right, then we are thinking that perhaps 2:05 for the men and 2:20 for the women could be possibilities for us. And as I was saying at the press conference yesterday, we had from the men's side Shura Kitata, Mohsin Atala and Khan Keegan Ashbeelan, and they were talking a very, very positive game indeed. They were very, very happy with the predicted weather conditions, the temperature, the wind. As you can see that beautiful picture of the Corniche here in Doha. That's where most of us will be back on the road tonight as we head back to the airport. No cars at the moment, of course, because we are in marathon mode here in Doha for the third edition of this Doha 2025 marathon, brought to you by Ooredoo. Quite a few pacemakers have been brought in for this event. For the men, they are all Kenyan. Stanley Rono is one of them. I'm sure you'll see him come to the fore wearing pace 1. Rono, 25 years of age now, a 2:07.05 athlete at the Berlin Marathon last year. Another Kenyan pacer will be Cornelius Kiplagat, 30 years old, as is Isaac Tu of Kenya, who will be wearing pace 3, a man who finished second in Buenos Aires. Interesting that the men are all being paced by Kenyans. The women, by the way, all being paced by Ethiopians. Guta Abiyote will be wearing pace 1. Elias Brane will be wearing pace 2. And Mengesa of Ethiopia will be wearing pace number 3. So there's our leading group in the men's, and you can see they're wearing that white and red top. Already well to the fore is Khan Keegan Özbilen of Turkey. Turned 39 years of age on Wednesday. He's the national record holder of Turkey with 2:04.16, which was set in Valencia in 2019.
Good luck, gentlemen. Let's go and crush the race in the Doha Street and Skyline.
So beginning to get light now in Doha. The effects of the LEDs from the various buildings around this impressive skyline just beginning to decrease as we ride alongside the leading group. There's Atala wearing the purple kit.
If you are a full marathon runner, please make your way to the start line because the race has...
Also well placed there at the early stages.
يلا يا شباب يلا وحوش اقوى اقوى
is Isaac Lilai of Kenya. Well, he'll be 35 years of age in 12 days' time. That overhead shot really does give you an idea of the speed that these elite marathon runners are running at. Remember, they do that for 42 kilometers. It is quite extraordinary if you have never seen a marathon before, when you actually get to see one from up close and you just see how amazingly quick these athletes are. Shura Katata there I can see wearing the dark blue or black strip. He also one of our guests at the press conference yesterday, 38 years of age now, the Ethiopian. And when you look at his career, it's pretty extraordinary, isn't it? Winner of the London Marathon in 2020, he was second 2 years earlier. A man who's finished second in New York in 2018 and 2022, and also a third place finisher there in 2023, and a fifth place finisher in Tokyo in 2022. A man who has plenty of experience. But interesting to see that the leading pacemakers just drawing 2 or 3 athletes with them, and already a little gap between that leading group and the rest of the chasing pack. Khan Keegan Osbeelen, I can see in that little leading group. There you can see the gap from the overhead shot of the drone camera. Pacers checking their watches, all with jobs to do. None of the listed pacemakers at the front of the field just yet. I wonder if some of the others will come to the fore as the race takes shape. And as you can see that wonderful shot of the Corniche. And once they get down to the end of that, they'll be making a hard right turn. As you said at the outset, it's quite a compact course for this marathon. They'll be using some of the streets 4 times in total. Effectively, it's 2 21k loops. So Katata at the front of that chasing pack. Gap is not significant at this early stage, but it is there nonetheless. And those athletes will know that they have a little bit of thinking to do at this early time, this early part of the race. Happy to run their own pace. I'm sure they won't be too concerned about what's happening ahead of them. And in saying that, one of the other athletes has decided that he's going to make a little move and try and close that gap on the leading group. They're just out of shot at the moment. Coming up to 9 minutes for the men. .205 pace, by the way. 8:53. They should be hitting the 3 kilometre mark. Now you can see some graphics in terms of where the leading men are on that course and the leading women, and you can see the sort of 2-lap circus that we have here. Interestingly, this is where the initial Doha Marathon was staged. They're sort of going right past where the start-finish line was back in 2023, but the race was moved to just outside the Sheraton for last year, and I have to say that I think that's one of the big improvements of this race, being able to just leave the hotel and be at the race venue in just a few seconds is very, very nice indeed. paces having a little chat at the front of the field. So that original gap that we saw has been closed. Leading group looks to be around about, what, 20 strong, would you say? As we head towards 11 minutes of the Doha Marathon 2025, brought to you by Ooredoo. Kenyan pacers out in front. And there in the background you can see the skyline of Doha. So I think they're running with any breeze that's out there at the moment. They'll be running into a very, very slight headwind when they turn the corner and they return down the Corniche.
I removed the camera, right?
So just moving across the road here. Another one of the athletes to the fore there is Ichibanti of Ethiopia, a best of 2:06.23 set in Prague of 2019. So all the big names which we expected to be at the top of the field, very much the case, as this men's elite field of the 2025 event here in Doha are led on their merry way by our trio of Kenyan pacemakers. Now shortly I'm sure we'll be getting to see the leading women. One or two of the names in the women's race to keep an eye out for. Zina Sembata of Ethiopia, as mentioned, Aminet Ahmed of Ethiopia as well. Joan Kipyatich was part of our press conference yesterday. I can tell you who Luetgen of Ethiopia as well, another one of her colleagues, 2:22.36, one of her best times. More details on the women's elite race when we start to see some pictures of that race unfolding. Past the Emir's Palace. One of the features of this race is how spotless I find the roads here in Doha. Beautifully kept, as are the grounds, gardens. There's Lele there in the purple top. Bante running just alongside him. Carl Keegan Ojbilen. Rotich in the green and black. Bailu Yehunli of Ethiopia, also well placed there, a best of 2:06.22 in Seoul last year. Tata looks like he's working hard. That very unique style of running that the London Marathon winner of 2020 has. Once again, just fragmenting a little at the front of this field. Again, it's Qatar who's leading out that chasing pack. And next to Qatar, wearing that light green, is Tadesse. Mengistai Tadesse. Normally, I think most people refer to him as Demeka, don't they? Best marathon finish for him. A third place in Poznan in October 2023. He's a 2:10 man. 15.5 minutes completed. So having picked up his bottle from the last water station, there's Keegan Osbeelan in the white and orange. Yehunle next to him. Then Tanui. And that leading group just going out of shot. And I wouldn't probably call them the chasing pack at this early stage, because the gap possibly not as significant as it needs to be for descriptions such as that. But interesting that it is beginning to string out a little bit. We're 16.5 minutes in. Obviously, we'll try and give you some predicted times and split times as soon as we can. If we're on schedule, I would imagine that we're sort of heading towards kilometre 6 at this point. So here's our first major turn. Very sharp right turn here. Downturn Doha. Water stations there on the right hand side of the runners for, I think, more of our fun runners, if indeed you can ever call 42 kilometres fun. That's debatable. All of the elite athletes, of course, will have their own bottles stashed around the course, all well organised by the race officials yesterday, with agents and managers and athletes all popping into the office yesterday, I noticed, to collect their bottles, label them, and then of course they're all placed out on various water stations throughout the marathon course. And there we go, 5 kilometre splits. Kiplagat, 2 and Rono with the 3 pacemakers. So Lilai of Kenya, Osbeelan, the top 2 elite athletes behind those 3. So 3 pacemakers, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 athletes I make it in that immediate leading group. So another right-hand turn as we approach the 20-minute mark, and there you can see exactly where we are on the course. This course very much using the natural curvature of the coastline. Women's coverage definitely coming up, by the way, for you. Camera's just sticking with the elite men for the early stages. Just over 20 minutes in now. Qatar really has that style of running that looks like he's expending a lot of effort, but it's just the way he runs. Slightly hunched over, head forward. Good to see him there on the right of your shot as we pan forward through the leading group. You'll notice they have name bibs on the front and they'll have number bibs on the back, and a bit further down the course some of the fun runners who have decided that 42 kilometres is for them this Saturday morning in Doha. I'm sure that as we're on the loop course we'll have a little bit of overtaking from time to time, which could be interesting. There's nothing quite like it when you're ambling down the road and an elite athlete comes steaming past you at high pace. It's quite frightening. Only ever happened to me once and that was enough. There is our leading group. Once again our three pacemakers. Stanley Rono, Cornelius Kiplagat and Isaac 2, wearing pace 7, 8 and 9. May have confused you earlier when I mentioned they were wearing 1, 2 and 3, but 7, 8 and 9 are the numbers they've been officially given. And they have been tasked with a time of around about 2:05, although the instruction has been given that if everybody feels that they're in a good place, and if the weather plays ball and that wind doesn't get too strong as they head on the return leg down the Corniche, perhaps we could look at breaking some records and looking closer to 2:04 for the men. Once again, our overhead shot provided by the drone. Doha looking eerily quiet. It is, if you've never been here, it is a busy, busy place. These roads are normally stacked with cars, some of them very expensive, as I'm sure you can imagine. It's a busy, busy place, but of course, Friday is the day of rest. So a lot of preparation on Friday night as the traffic dwindled in the early hours of the morning. And now the only vehicles you'll see will be the race vehicles, although they do pass past one or two roads that are still active throughout the course. So, Lille, just on the left of that picture, as you can see behind the three pacemakers. Watch Beelan, still well placed there. Most of the big names we expected to see in the front of that group are still there. I'm just struggling to see our winner from 2023. I may be wrong. I'm just wondering if Mohsen Atala of Morocco has been dropped. He was wearing a purple kit. I can see one purple kit at the back there, but I have to say I'm not sure that is him. He may be right at the back, actually. See if we can get a better look a little bit later on. So once again, past one of the water stations, and thanks of course to all our volunteers and officials who are manning those stations and other jobs around the course. These events couldn't happen without you. It is very much appreciated. And having made those two big right turns, back we go on the other side of the road. And you can see that impressive skyscraper maybe pushing it a bit. I mean, they're pretty tall, some of these buildings. I'm just looking out now at some official authority buildings. As we were saying right at the beginning, if you come to Doha as a regular visitor, it is quite extraordinary how these buildings seem to spring up from absolutely nowhere. Pretty impressive they are in the daylight, and then as darkness falls, on come the LEDs to light up the sky. Of course, if you watch the Diamond League Athletics from Doha, which has been here since 2006, the first event I think was in the late 90s when it was still something probably called the Golden League. But if you watch the Diamond League from the local sports centre, one of the backdrops of the event is the LED buildings in the background. It's very, very impressive if you get the chance to watch it. So a little bit further down the course, we have our leading woman just in the middle of that pack being taken out by the pacemakers. So Sinta Yerhul, Sembata, Ahmed of Ethiopia, reaching 5 kilometres in 17:28. So just referring to the pace chart, that's about 2:24:30 pace, I would imagine, at the moment. So we were hoping for around about 2:20 from the women. Being paced by men, that is not unusual in marathon running. Women's races are often paced by men. And as we were saying, the men are being paced by 3 Kenyans, the women by 3 Ethiopians. So make of that as you will. But they're here to do a job for all of the field. And our 3 pacemakers in the men's race looking pretty strong at this point. We've got some decent pedigree amongst them anyway, as marathon competitors. Just to give you an idea of the standard, Stanley Rono ran 2:07:05 at the Berlin Marathon last year, and he's got a best of just over 60 seconds, 60:44 for the half marathon. That was in Napoli in 2022. Another one of those pacemakers is Cornelius Kiplagat, 30-year-old Kenyan. He actually won a big race in China last year in 2:05:52. Also a winner in Buenos Aires from 2022. I think that race actually for Cornelius Kiplagat was made quite famous because the leader of the race was Robert Ngeno, and he looked primed to win. And then if I remember correctly, a dog became unleashed and started chasing Ngeno, and that completely upset his race and his rhythm. And Kiplagat went on to overtake him in the closing stages and went on to win. He's also had a couple of good second places as Cornelius Kiplagat on the marathon circuit, Melbourne 2022, last year in Kigali. So even the people at the front of this race, the pacers, have got a little bit of pedigree. The third one, by the way, is Isaac Tu, 30-year-old Kenyan. He was second in Buenos Aires last year, and also picked up a win in the second place on the half marathon distance in 2022, and also in Milan. So they're the 3 men leading this leading group of men. We're approaching the half-hour mark. So once again, Leeli wearing that purple kit. Currently 34, turned 35 on the 29th of January. Leeli has a best placed sixth finish in Frankfurt in 2023. That's the best he's done. His marathon experience is a little sketchy, but looking pretty strong at this point. Hinlu and Osbilan, Banti. Just on the back left is Katata. Tafa is there in the green top, black shorts. Just out of shot at the moment, as I am placed by the finish line. I can tell you that finish line is now finished. It is completed. Our sponsors' names have been added to the finish line. You'll see that, of course, a little bit later on this morning. You will catch a glimpse of it as the athletes pass by on either side of the corniche. And as you can see, we're heading back into that high-rise area of Doha right now. Just going through 31 minutes. There again, I think you can see the leading group of women being paced by those 3 Ethiopian runners. Ahmed wearing the white top there with the red bib.
طيب خليه يشيل مني اعمل له زوم على البنات هذا اللي معي خليك معي خط ما يشيلني.
Mentioned the men's paces to you. I suppose I ought to mention the women's paces as well. Guta Abiote of Ethiopia, Elias Brane of Ethiopia, and Mengesha of Ethiopia. They're the ones who have been tasked with the job of leading the elite women out. And there at 10K, you can see the times for the men. So Kiplagat, 2 and Rona were the 3 pacemakers. And right up with them there, Osbilan and Lilai. 10 kilometres in 30.12. So once again, just referring to our pace charts, that is just a tick outside 2:07. So not quite as quick as we were expecting. But things can change, of course, in marathon running. We are still pretty much in early days, aren't we? We're just over 25% of the way there in terms of timing. You can see the words New Balance on that graphic, just appearing briefly. New Balance, one of the new partners of this race. And everybody is looking very resplendent in their New Balance gear this morning. Some of us wearing more outer layers than others. Those of us from Britain turning up in t-shirts, as 15 degrees is pretty warm for us. Some of our colleagues from East Africa turning up in 3 coats. So as you can see from our little interactive map there, the leading men are just about to make that big U-turn and go virtually all the way back to where they started, where they'll U-turn again and do it all again. So here we are with some nice close-up shots of the leading women. And 33.53 at 10 kilometres. 33.53 at 10 kilometres. 33.53. That puts us on exactly 2:23 pace. So better Ahmed. I'll try and work out who the athlete M is for you. Not the most descriptive name I've ever come across. Leave that one with me and I'll do my very best to work out where we are with that. So we leave the women and here are the men. "19 elite men in the opening field, including our 3 pacemakers, and as you can see, that group is still there or thereabouts. Just to see if we can count them up as they go under the bridge there. 3 pacemakers at the front, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in that chasing pack.
Okay, good.
So 35.5 minutes in, and our pacemaker's still doing a sterling job for our elite men. 1 or 2 of the bigger names have, I think, dropped out of that leading group. Some of them a little quicker than we possibly would have expected. There you can see some of the slightly older buildings, or the fascias, let's say, made to look like older buildings here in Doha. This part of the town, the city, is very much the new build area, as once again we're back with our elite women. So we had our press conference yesterday at the Sheraton Hotel, and Aminat Ahmed of Ethiopia was part of that press conference with her. You can just see her wearing number 32 on her back, wearing 31, that is Zinash, I should say, Senbeta of Ethiopia. Senbeta has a best of 2:21.05 set in Ljubljana in 2023. She actually won that race. She finished 3rd in the same race last year with a season's best of 2:24.04, so she's pretty much running that sort of pace here now. Sega there, you can see in the middle of your shot. Walabt Sega of Ethiopia has a best of 2:24.23 set in Copenhagen in 2022. She had a good 2023, didn't she, Sega? She won the Kigali Peace Marathon, and then went on to finish 2nd in Mumbai last year. So somebody who's had some relatively decent recent form. And back we are with the men's race. Now I think the floodlights in the background there, that's the local sports stadium, the Qatari Sports Club, where they host the Diamond League, if I'm not mistaken. And we can see the men have completed 12.8 kilometres, the women 11.5. Still, I think 3 pacemakers there. Yes, indeed, they're still there. Doing a sterling job as we go through 39 minutes here in Doha. And as you can see, they've made that turn again and heading back out. So Leela is there, Habti is there, Mamo is there. We haven't spoken about him too much today. Mamo of Ethiopia is a 2:05 from Seville 2022. Mamo set his lifetime best when finishing 2nd in that race. And then later in 2022 went to finish 3rd in Abu Dhabi. 5th in Paris last year. That's a pretty impressive sight, isn't it, as they take the road back out, as I would call it, the airport road, but it's the Corniche, of course, the leading men. Heading towards Alberta Park. You just see the Sheraton there at the top of the picture. The sort of pyramid-shaped building. As I mentioned, it's one of the first luxury hotels to have been built here in Doha. Very nice rooms. He can exclusively report, and some of them still have the original radio sets in there from when it was built, which I'm guessing is probably, what, in the 70s or 80s. The radio itself looked pretty old. So, as it's been for much of this race, Leela on the shoulder of Özbilen. Also nicely placed there is Lulu Babsa of Ethiopia, actually making his marathon debut, and it's not going too bad at the moment for Babsa. Has a best of 64.32 for the half marathon, but this is very much a step up, isn't it? So let's leave the men, and we're back here now with the leading women. Now we think that the athlete that was coming up as M is Sile. Try and confirm that for you as soon as we can. Mastawai Sile of Ethiopia, also making her debut over the marathon distance. Did get a win under her belt in Xichang, China last year, I think, with a best of 1:16.17. So quite a few debutantes in the field. That leading group of women looks like it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 behind the 3 male pacemakers. On the right of the shot there, that's Sembeta, I think. Zinash Sembeta of Ethiopia. Then Ahmed, then Sile. I think we may have lost Joan Kipyatich from that leading group. She is a very diminutive athlete, but even somebody that small I don't think could hide herself. It's definitely not her at the back either, because the athlete at the back has a ponytail, I think. Kipyatich does not. So quite a compact leading group of women. We'll leave the women's race back with the men, and again we have a little bit of fragmentation with the 3 pacemakers doing their thing. Lile, Özbilen and Babsa tucked in behind them, and then a little bit of a gap. You can see some of the other runners making their way back at a slightly slower pace. And again, some talk yesterday at the press conference as this race gets bigger and bigger, as I was saying, overall in the 5 races, I suppose you could call them, the men's marathon, women's marathon, the 21k, 10k and 5k, 15,000 people in total. So as it gets bigger and bigger, it's going to get more and more difficult to use a loop course. And there were discussions yesterday about just what will happen in terms of the course build in future years if we get more athletes. So we're ticking up towards 45 minutes. I would be expecting us to get close to the 15-kilometre mark at this stage. We'll get clarification, of course, of those 5K splits as soon as they come in for you. And just to say that here in the announce box, I'm indebted to Tobias and Monica, who are doing a sterling job, giving us a little bit of extra information, letting us know where the athletes are in the field, and of course doing their most important job, which is providing the English announcer with a cup of coffee. So that sweeping left turn is made once again. You'll see the water station coming up on the right-hand side, bedecked with the red top tents. Oh, that wasn't the quickest stop for Babsa. I think he may have picked up the wrong bottle there. And there's one or two people just looking at each other going, hang on, what happened there? Not the cleanest stop for some of our leading athletes, but I don't think too much damage done. Pacemakers just sharing some stuff around at the front of the field. Again, that's something you'll see quite often in marathon running. You'll see athletes sharing water, drinks, food. They do have their own specialist bottles, of course, but once they've had a little sip here and there, they are quite happy to offer it around to others. If you can have camaraderie in a 42-kilometre race, that is. So specialist bottles have been taken. You can see the volunteers now stepping out into the field with just standard water. And as we were saying a little bit earlier, we are indebted to our officials and our volunteers who do such a fantastic job. Our colleagues on the local organising committee were just saying what a fantastic team effort it has been to take this event from 2,000 people in 2023 to nearly 15,000 here in 2025. Here we go, 15K. So 45.16 for the men, 45.16. That puts us at around about 2:07.30, according to the pace notes that I have in front of me. So clear instructions being given by our cycle chaperones. And here's that big right-hand turn again. There you can see one of our camera cars, by the way, right at the front. This is the shot from that camera car. They drove past me this morning at around about 5:30, and I immediately wanted one. They're, I have to find out what make they are, but they were very, very shiny. I can tell you that much. Very, very big and very, very noisy. So once again, a shot of our three pacemakers. We've seen that pretty much for the entire 48 minutes and 45 seconds of this race. Constantly talking to each other. And there are the athletes behind them. There's Babsa in the orange, Tedeschi in the light green, Tuffer in the slightly darker green, Oyelu. All the familiar names all tucked in as we go past the souk. One of my favourite places in Doha. Brilliant place to go shopping, particularly at night. Really is a buzzy part of this city. If you're ever here, I would absolutely recommend spending 2 or 3 hours there of an evening, and you can buy pretty much everything. My son, in fact, has got my watch that I bought from the souk. I haven't seen it for about 4 or 5 years, but still going. But yeah, lovely part of the city. Well worth a visit. Go with some friends, enjoy a few hours, get some great food, some great soft drinks, of course, and some great bargains. And look at the view as well. Not too shabby. This is one of the high points of visiting Doha for many people, the Museum of Islamic Art. Again, a go-to place in my humble opinion. It's absolutely stunning inside. And for those of us like me that don't have much of a background in that type of thing, you can learn an awful lot in a very short space of time in what is a very, very impressive building indeed. 50.5 minutes gone in the Doha Marathon men's race 2025. And we're back with the women again. Women going through 15k in 50:30, and that is 2:22 pace for the women. Sempeta, Sintiyehu, Sile. Thank you for our graphics team who've put the word Sile next to the letter M. That's very, very helpful and appreciated. So 2:22 for the women. That race has just sped up a little bit, in fact, over the last 5k.
I have a problem now.
So split screen, leading men on the left, leading women on the right. Once again, our thanks to our colleagues from Al-Cas Television, who've been here since silly o'clock in the morning, getting everything ready for coverage of this Doha Marathon. And again, just look at some of these pictures. Very, very picturesque city. See by the water there that it's a pretty still morning. Last we heard in terms of the wind, it was very, very gentle at 7 k's, and now you can see the palm trees hardly moving at all. It's probably climbed a degree or two since we started. They started off this morning at 6 o'clock at 17 degrees. Maybe just 1 or 2 degrees higher, but I'm sure for those of us sitting down it's a little chilly, but for those of us running 42 k's it's probably about bang on, isn't it? Really doesn't get much better than this. Beautiful scenery to look at as you're making your way on this first big loop of 21 kilometers. Here we go. You can see the positions of the leading men and the leading women. The next big landmark, the National Day deck. And there it is, which is where we had the marathon in 2023. What a venue for your National Day celebrations. December, I think, isn't it? National Day here in Doha. So I'm sure somebody will put me right, but I think it's December the 5th or 6th. If you haven't been in Doha on National Day, it is quite the most extraordinary experience. Cars on the road, all very heavily beautified, lots of noise, and some of the rules of the road, shall we say, are a little bit less enforced on National Day. Quite a few donuts going on. It's noisy and it's loud and it's brash, and it's quite exciting to be here on National Day. You can see the 3 pacemakers still in a line, and Ojbilan of Turkey is the man who is closest to him. I have to say, at the press conference yesterday, he seemed to be very, very confident in his approach. seemed to be very, very happy with his training. Said things have been going well, as indeed did all our athletes. Of course, they'll say that, won't they? But just got the feeling with the Turkish athlete that he was going to run a good game as well as talk a good game. So still you can throw a large blanket or duvet over the lead group in this men's race as we're getting towards the first hour. And you would expect that in the second part of the race, that's when the decisive moves are going to take place. Just how far out, who knows? And those of you who will have been with us last year will remember that we had, well, just an extraordinary finish with one of the races looking like it was dead and buried for the winner, and the athlete being chased down on the line. So delighted to say that been joined in the announce box by Spencer Barden. Spencer, as many of you will know, heavily involved in the London Marathon as well, puts the elite fields together for the London Athletics meet back in the UK, but has been involved now in Doha for the last 3 years. And Spencer, you must be absolutely delighted to see how much this event has grown and how much the local organising committee have agreed with you and your colleagues in the shape and the direction of the event going forward.
Yeah, we've come a long way in the last couple of years. 2023 was the first year of the elite race here in Doha, and we're a gold label race for 24 and 25. So the elite field is bigger this year. It's stronger. Looking at the race here in the men's field, still a big group together. Gradually they're picking up the pace. We're obviously looking for course record here. We're looking about 2:25 pace is ideally what we like in the men's, but there's a good group working together, and hopefully as we come on to the second lap, they will gradually pick the pace up and they can challenge for that course record.
Did you potentially get a feeling yesterday when we were talking to a few of the leading athletes on how this race was going to pan out? I was just saying in commentary when you came in that I thought Osbeelen looked really, really confident yesterday, and he was talking a good game.
He was asking a number of questions, and he seemed very, very confident. He talked well at the press conference, talked about his training that had gone well. And he's obviously put himself in a good position here. He looks comfortable, looks relaxed, as a number of them do. Pacemakers are doing a good job, still together there. Let's see 3 or 4 of them maybe picking up in the final lap.
I know we're not even halfway through 2025 yet, but again, we were just saying in commentary earlier that this is just getting bigger and bigger, this event. There probably will get to a point when you have a number of athletes where you're going to have to say, right, we can't do the double loop again. We're going to have to expand the course. My understanding is that initial discussions possibly have already taken place, and you've probably got that covered off for the years to come.
Yeah, I think if we look at the event as a whole, and the 10K and the 5K races are both sold out this year. So, Areed are very keen to grow the marathon and the half marathon. And as numbers increase, you're absolutely right, Andy. We need to go to a one loop circuit. So. Which we did in 2023, and then we reverted to a 2-lap circuit in 24. And for the size of the field at the moment for the marathon, that works very well. And absolutely, Areed are very keen to expand the field for the marathon over the next 2 or 3 years, and then we can look at a one-loop circuit. And Doha's a great city, and you can go out to Lusail, and obviously that was where the World Cup football final took place at Lusail Stadium, as we expand out towards the Pearl. So we can look at more sites around this great city.
Yeah, it's some pretty impressive scenery, isn't it? And I mean, one of the joys of the double loop is you get to see everything. Sometimes in marathons, you know, it just zips past so quickly and it's gone forever. But you know, we get to see the souk, we get to see the Museum of Islamic Art, Tornado Tower, we get to see all the amazing skyline, the Sheraton in the background. One must be some of the best scenery on any marathon in the world.
Yeah, I think we've got some great shots here of the TV, and the drone footage is fantastic as well. And I think it's great for spectators on a two-loop circuit. Yeah, it works very well at the moment. People can come out and watch the race. And you know, when you go take the race further out of a city, you know, it makes it a little bit more difficult for spectators, especially with a new elite marathon like this. It needs to grow over the next 2 or 3 years, but you see the group there sort of just slightly breaking up. I think Keegan Osberland is there, is sticking with those three pacers, so maybe he's thinking as we're getting to halfway that it's time for him to make his move.
And if you were a betting man, Spencer, I've seen how much you pay us. You can't be, because you'd have more. But if you were a betting man, would you like to see negatives? Would you think that we're going to look at negative splits in this race?
I think so. I think as the field starts to break up a little bit, and if the pacers can stay into 25, even 30k, then I think we can see this come in at a 2:5, low 2:6 pace, which would be great. They're not too far off at the moment. I think they're still operating around 2:7. But I do think in the on the second lap, as they approach the second lap here at the turn point, we'll see the race pick up.
Great. Well, Spencer, thank you very much for taking the time to join us. It's great to hear your thoughts. If you pop back at any point, do come and say hello again. Always good to hear what you're thinking as the race unfolds.
Thanks, Andy.
Spencer Barden there, part of the local organising committee. If anybody else drops by in the second half of the race, I'm sure we'll grab their thoughts as well. And as Spencer was saying, it's just fragmenting a little bit, but that leading group is still pretty much there or thereabouts, isn't it? So, yep, still the three pacemakers. They're doing that job, and you can see there's a tiny little gap. Osbilan of Turkey did go with them on his own just for a little bit, as the pipe band of Qatar just sort of starts up again in the background. I'm sure you can hear that on the program feed in the background. Just looking at that leading group, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 and 1 just off the back. So here's the 20k split then. First three names on that list are the pacemakers. 60-23 going through 20k. 60-23. So that puts us on around about 2:07:30 at the moment, so marginally faster, I think, as Spencer Barden was saying. It'd be great if we could see a negative split in both the men's and women's race. I know the organisers were really keen for a time of around about 2:04, 2:05. Be good to see. So those three pacemakers who've done an outstanding job for us. They've been together from the outset. Closest elite runner to them as they make that turn around the bollards is Mamo of Ethiopia. 25-year-old, best of 2:05:12 set in Seville in 2022. But again, any sort of gap is pretty quickly closed down. Nothing too significant at this stage. Some of the tents of the village you can see in the background there. And there we are in the finish line. There's our 2 tents. You can just see us in the background. And out they go again past us. There you can get a better idea of that gap between the 3 pacemakers and the Ethiopian Mamo. And I think we've just lost our first pacemaker we have, so we're down to 2. 2 at the front of the field. And then Mamo of Ethiopia. And then the chasing pack. Probably, what, 4 or 5 metres behind, nothing too extravagant at this stage. And indeed, they're all now back as 1. So, having spoken to Spencer Barden a few moments ago, delighted to be joined in the announce box by John Nabani, race organiser supreme, agent supreme, a man who's been working in Doha probably since it was being run by the British. He's been around that long. John, welcome back to Doha. Spencer seemed to be pretty happy with the way things have gone in 2025. Is that the case for you as well?
Absolutely. The organization has been much, much better. As Spencer said earlier, I think to you, we're starting as this new race. We're trying to make it as elite as possible. 3rd year in, going from 2,000 runners to 15,000 runners is a major advancement. The goal is to continue to rise, as you said in the press conference yesterday. We're very, very happy. As I said, we've got a good lead group that's staying together. It seems to be doing what we hope to do. It's going to make it an exciting finish if they stay in a bunch as they are. The other thing that's very nice about it is the weather conditions are absolutely ideal.
Absolutely. You can see here on the split screen, of course, it's not just about the marathon. We've got the 21K, we've got a 10K and a 5K. This is the field for the 21K. This is a bit different from 2023 when we had 2,000 people, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, very much so. Think about that, the amount of people set in the half marathon. It just shows the excitement in this part of the world. Qatar has been a big leader, as we all know, with the World Championships, hosting the World Cup in soccer, football in this part of the world. It's an amazing situation for a city that wants to make themselves worldwide leader in sports and activities in the world. So I think it's exciting to see everything that they try to do, and they try to do it at the levels that we expect from somebody that wants to really make a statement.
One of the other things I've noticed here in Qatar is that many moving parts as we switch coverage from the leading men to the leading women. Many moving parts, but everybody seems to be pushing in the same direction. The Qatari Athletic Federation, the local organising committee, the consultants and experts they bring in from outside as the women go through 1:07:05 for 20 kilometres. Everybody seems to be wanting to make this the very best it can be in the years to come.
Absolutely. The main sponsor, Ooredoo, is 100% behind this. The Qatar Federation, the QOC, the Olympic Committee, everybody is working hand in hand to make this an elite event. The idea is to bring more and more runners who would like to run the marathon from around the world. They're using Qatar Tourism and the associated affiliates around the state of Qatar, the country of Qatar. So it's going to make it a very exciting future for us.
Well, thank you very much, John. You'll be pleased to know that the women have picked up the pace a little bit, and we've gone from sort of 22 and chips to about 2:21 and a bit.
Very good. That's what we expect. And with second lap coming around, we figure hopefully negative splits. The weather's too good for it not to be. That's what we want to see. So thank you. Keep up the good work, Andy. We appreciate it.
Thank you, John. John Nabani, who's very much part of the organising team here in Doha. And if John passes by again, we'll grab him and let's see if he can do negative splits on commentary. So here are the leading women. As I say, looking at the recent pace chart and that time at 20 kilometres, I put them at around about 2:21:30. So that time has come down a little bit from the outset, which is very good news. Sun just beginning to reflect off some of the buildings here. So you can see the athlete in the sort of pink, burgundy and white is Senbetta. Amanet Ahmed, still well placed there. Also Sile. And Sega. So one or two big names have gone from that women's race, but 3 or 4 very much in contention. 71 minutes we are coming close to now. We're down to 2 pacemakers in the men's race, but the 3 Ethiopian guys doing a sterling job for the women. They're still together, and they look like they've got this pretty close to what they've been asked to do. Don't forget, 2:20 was what we were really hoping for. There's a little bit of work to do if the women are to make that target, but they have brought the predicted time down quite considerably. So Ahmed in the white, then Senbetta, Segar, Sile. I think that was Sintiyehu of Ethiopia also in that leading group. Yes, indeed it was, because there is the split at 21.1, just to give you the leading names, and this is without the pacemakers. So this is Ahmed of Ethiopia. In fact, I'm not even going to say from Ethiopia, because it's an Ethiopia 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ahmed, Senbetta, Segar, Sile, Sintiyehu, all within 1 second of each other. So now we've got a much clearer idea of who is doing what in that women's race. And as I say, you can never count your chickens in marathon racing, because we look like we had an absolute dead cert of a winner last year, only for them to be overhauled in the closing stages. Anything can happen over the 42k. You can hit what's known as the wall at any point. That's the point of pretty much no return for a marathon runner, where everything starts to go a bit horribly wrong and the wheels fall off, as we once again look at the mass ranks of the 21k start. And that's a pretty decent field, isn't it? Look at that, with the athletes going back as pretty much as far as the eye can see. Now, many people ask me, how is it fair for the athletes at the front of the field compared to the athletes at the back of the field, because they have to wait to get over the start line, and surely that affects their time. Well, of course, technology is very clever these days, and your chip time does not start until you pass over the mat on the start line. So even if you're at the back of that field, it doesn't really matter, because your timing chip will not be activated until you go over that little red thing you can see at the start line there. Now then, let's look at the men's race on the left of your screen, because that gap has got a little bit larger, hasn't it? We're down to 2 pacemakers. We've had 3 people at the front of the men's field pretty much the whole way round, but that has been 3 pacemakers, but no longer. Just the 2 pacemakers now. And our leading man, who is on debut, would you believe, here in Doha, Lulu Babsa of Ethiopia. Has some half marathon experience, never done the 42Ks, but he is looking like he's been doing it for some considerable time. So plenty of activity here in Doha. Men's marathon on the left. The mixed 21k is about to get underway. That'll bring some noise to the streets. Past the water station once again, and this time Babsa is not interested. He had a bit of a dodgy collection at one point, but it doesn't seem to have affected him too much, does it? You see the chasing group in the back there, and that looks like quite a decent lead. We still, of course, have got, what, 50 minutes or so to go in this men's race? And I just wonder what goes through the mind of somebody who's never run the marathon before competitively. I'm sure he's run 42Ks in training at some point, but never competitively, on debut and leading the way. And pacemakers also just guiding him across the road. Confirmation that you are looking at the leading group. Lulu Babsa, orange vest, striking hairline, on debut and leading this group of men. Leela is there, Tafa is there, Kitata, the sort of back on the left of the field still with that interesting style, leaning forward. Babsa just takes a look behind him. That gap looks like it's getting bigger, doesn't it? Now, of course, it will be foreshortened on the camera shot. We'll get a much better idea if we get an overhead drone shot at any point. But that looks like a pretty decent lead. And, of course, the beauty of Babsa is not out there by himself. He's got the two pacemakers. And the pacemakers have got good marathon form. This will be not new territory to them. The question is, how is Babsa feeling both physically and mentally, who never have been through this before? This will be new. Now very interesting. In the background you can hear the local announcer on the stage just getting the 21K athletes all revved up. That race not too far from starting now. Some interesting warm-up routines from the 21K athletes. Smiles on the start line, a look of grim determination on the left of your screen as we look at Lulu Babsa. And I would say that that gap is getting bigger and bigger. Now Babsa just needs to stick with the pacemakers here. What an interesting scenario we have in this men's race. A man leading by some distance, but a man on debut. He won't have been through the tactical scenarios of this before, you wouldn't have thought. New territory for him, new territory for us. And some very, very talented, experienced athletes in that chasing pack. They will have their own ideas of what they need to do about this not quite runaway leader yet, but a significant leader nonetheless. So the countdown very much on for the 21K. Here we go, 3, 2, 1, and away we go. And they'll be streaming through the start line for a good few minutes to come yet. It's a very big field. So again, you can see some of the names there in the men's chasing back. Taffer at the back there, Banti, Ayalu. Here we go. This is interesting now. This is really getting interesting because the two pacemakers who are tasked to do a specific job have now broken away from Lulu Babsa. Now this time he is going to make a collection. He's got it safely this time. So he's been dropped by the two pacemakers, which means you would imagine that his emotional state will be a little bit different, and now it looks like that gap is shortening. So you can never ever make too many predictions here at the Doha Marathon. We've had certain winners who've been caught literally in the last couple of 100 yards, and we had a man with a relatively significant lead for a matter of minutes, but it looks as if that lead is going to be chewed up, and one imagines that Babsa will be spat out of the leading group. Who knows? Perhaps he's just conserving a little bit of energy. That's a pretty impressive building, isn't it, in the background? As I say, one of the things about this Doha Marathon is you get to see some very amazing structures. So yeah, absolutely, gap has closed now. This is where we are. Leading women still on the Corniche, leading men just on one of the interior roads. These, I think, are the two pacemakers actually at the front of the field. So then, as we thought would happen, has happened. You can see there that Babs had an 8-second lead at 26.2 kilometres, but no longer. That 26.2 happened just a few moments ago, but Yehunle, Ayali, Tanui and Mamo have swallowed him up, and he's gone out the back, although he is hanging on there. Annoyingly, Yehunle and Ayali are wearing exactly the same kit. Orange top, blue shorts. Mamo is there, Tanui, absolutely still working very, very hard. Don't forget, this is a man on marathon debut, won't have been through this before. He could be just taking a rest at this point, just to see if his body can respond. Leading group is now made up of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there you can see the two pacemakers, or it was two pacemakers, still is two pacemakers. And the question now, I suppose, will be, can the leading group get back up to them, or do they need to fall back a little bit and then start to bring the leading group with them once again? Well, this is good news because we have a leading group with some big names in it. And fair play to Babsa, he's still working very, very hard there. You would have expected him to go straight out the back of that leading group, but I think he's still in there. One athlete I can't see is Shura Katata, wearing an all-black kit. Doesn't look like he is in that leading group, so it looks like the man who won London has been dropped, and Babsa just keeps surprising you, doesn't he? Big, big lead, gets eaten away. You think he's going to get swallowed up and spat out the back, and he's back in the front again. These are the current leading women. A reminder, they're being paced by 3 Ethiopian men. Much smaller leading group for the women. Aminet Ahmed there, wearing the white top with the red shorts. Sembeta, also well placed at this stage. I think that is Sembeta on the left of the shot there, behind the 3 pacemakers. You can just see Ahmed wearing the white on the right-hand side. Coming up to 1 hour 25, past some more perfectly manicured gardens here in Doha. That's Sembeta. Sega there in the blue in the middle of that shot. Ahmed on the right, Tayu also well placed. Looks strong, doesn't she, Sembetta? So then better on the right. Sintiyehu in the orange and the blue on the left of that shot. And we're going to lead the leading ladies. And we are back to the men. So the men, I reckon, possibly on about 2:08 at the moment. I have to say, I'm really, really impressed with Lulu Babsa. I thought his race was going to be run when his lead was eaten up by the chasing pack, but still there. So perhaps he was just taking a rest, letting his body get used to the fact that he's never done this before at a competitive level. And a couple of athletes just falling off the back of that group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in that lead group now. 2 off the back. Babsa and Taffa and Banti. Mamo is there in the green top. And again, that overhead shot just gives you an idea of the pace that these guys keep up for 42 kilometres. I would urge you, if you get the chance, you see the 2 pacemakers at the front there. If you do get the chance ever to go out and watch a marathon live, do take that chance. And if you're standing on the side of the road and the marathon runners come past you, you will be absolutely blown away by how fast they are running. Not the smallest sign I've ever seen. Once again, here's the interactive map showing people, showing you where they are on the course. So apologies if you are a Shura Katata fan. I said that I couldn't see him earlier in that leading group. He was hiding away in that all black kit. And now you can see that from side on. You see that very, very exclusive style of running as a couple of the male pacemakers come to a bit of a screeching stop to pick up their bottles on the right-hand side of our split screen. So yeah, Katata is still there. Apologies if you were a fan and got disappointed when I mentioned that I couldn't see him. He's definitely in that leading group. Once again, we're back with the leading women. 26.2 Ks, Sembetta, Sintiyahu, Tilaun, Ahmed and Sega. It's an Ethiopian 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1:28.02 at 26.2. So again, the women are hovering around that 2:22, 2:23 pace. So very much a clean sweep for Ethiopia in the women's race, even with the 3 Ethiopian pacemakers at the front who are all male. The top 8 in the women's race, if you see what I'm trying to say, are all from the same country. Coming up towards 90 minutes. here in Doha. Sun now very much up. Definitely warmer than it was at 0500 this morning by a couple of degrees, I would have thought at least. Still no signs of any major breeze though. It was blowing at around about 7 kilometers when we got here this morning, and I would say that it hasn't really increased. Certainly from those pictures you can't see any significant movement from the trees. Let's see if we can pick out some names. So Tata on the left in the all black. There's Mamo and Babsa on his marathon debut. Tafa is there, Ayali is there, Banti is there. So we have never had a dull men's race here in Doha. We have another dull women's race either. And it looks like 2025 is going to deliver again. We are in the who knows what's going to happen stage of this race. Running back towards the skyscrapers, the high-rise buildings. Athletes will be thinking to themselves now, at what point should I be making the move? When do I go? Do I stay? Do I push? Do I ease off? Do I relax? So many questions. Give you a bit more detail on 24-year-old Dinkala Mayale of Ethiopia. Also another man on his debut, would you believe. 2 debutants up in the leading pack here. What else has he done? Well, he's a South American half marathon silver medalist, finishing 2nd in Buenos Aires in 2022. Winner of the Lisbon half marathon last year, also 2nd in Lisbon in 2022 and 3rd in 2023. So definitely some form over the half marathon, but like Babsa on his debut, but putting in a shift here, and there is no doubt about that. 2 debutants in the leading pack. This is exciting stuff. Just out of shot at the moment. I can tell you that it's beginning to get a little busy down here at the finish line. Leading women going through 27.6 kilometers. The men are at 30.8 there again once you've got the split screen. A reminder that the women are being paced by 3 men. And still that Ethiopian 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that women's race. Bigger split of nationalities in the men. They're going to go underneath the little bridge again in a minute. Still there in the white and red. The back of that leading group is Özbilin of Turkey. Did have a small lead earlier in the race. Back in the group now. Still wouldn't be ruling him out of doing something special here. Very tough competitor. Been around a bit, mind you. Özbilin turned 39 on Wednesday, so certainly has the experience. National record holder of Turkey with 2:04.16. Set 6 years ago now in Valencia.
Right or left?
For those of you who follow an event called the Great North Run, put on by the great British athlete Brendan Foster, Britain's only medalist at the Olympics in 1972. You may remember Özbilin because he was winning the Great North Run until about the last 10 metres one year. It was quite a few years ago now, but he was overtaken in the last few metres by one Sir Mo Farah, to great applause from the local crowd. But Özbilin put up a fantastic performance that day, and still going strong at the age of 39. There is the very famous Tornado Tower, where the athletes do a pretty close 180. Yet another of these incredible structures here in Doha. So this men's race is really fascinating, isn't it? There are a decent group still together. Very often by this stage of a marathon, you've got a disparate group of perhaps 2 or 3 at the front, then a gap to another couple, somebody running on his own. But here in Doha this morning, we haven't really had a massive move, a really, really significant move. Babsa did have a bit of a lead. That lead dissipated pretty quickly, and all the experts in the room, including myself, I class myself as an expert, thought that his race was finished because that lead had gone. But the debutant is still there. Now, so too is Qatar, who has just moved from the back of the field up until the shoulder of the leaders. You certainly wouldn't rule out a man who's won London, would you? That win in London was only 4.5 years ago. Also a man who finished second in London. He's had a 2nd place in New York, a 3rd place in New York, a 5th place in Paris. A Tokyo Olympian, although sadly he didn't finish that race. He got a hamstring injury at around about 10 Ks and had to withdraw. But bags and bags of experience. Just to say, and to give all of you middle-aged athletes out there a bit of hope, if you add up the ages of Osbilen in Qatar, you get 77. So there is hope for us all. So men's just coming up to 32k. Tafa, Babsa, Ayale, Mamo, Qatar, but of course they're all grouped together, just the leading 5. 136.17. So just to give you some pace news, 136.19 at 32 kilometres would put them on 2:07 pace. So we're sort of around a bit there, aren't we? 2:07 at the moment. And I like this Babsa kid. He is he is really putting on a show, isn't he? There in one picture, you can see the great thing about athletics. There's a man who's never done this before, never run 42 kilometres competitively, and right behind him, in his footmarks, is a man who's done it all. London Marathon winner, and plenty of other experience, of course, in that leading group. Fascinated to be in the mind right now of the 2 debutants. So when is this significant move going to come? Ayalu and Tafa and Qatar. Babsa just dropping back a touch at this point. Mamo is there. Osbilen on the back on the left. Out of shot activity continues here on the finish line. People getting very excited now because we're getting into the real business part of this race, aren't we? Let's also touch on another one of these leading group, Nicholas Kerwa from Kenya, another 39-year-old Kerwa is wearing that purple kit. Third at the Wuxi Marathon in China last year in a best of 2:06.57. What else has he done? Slovakia last year, he finished 7th. And other notable results include a 5th place finish in both Lagos and Chuncheon in Korea in 2019. One hour 40 ticks by. Sun now very much up, although still very pleasant conditions, as Qatar leads from Tafa. Yali on the right-hand side in the orange. Mamo in the middle of the green. Babs are also in the orange, still in contention. Osbilan is there as well. Bailu Yuhunli of Ethiopia. Amir Babe at 26, also in that leading group. So the leading men making their way in one direction. And I think we're going to see the leading women going right past them in the other direction. Yes, indeed, there are the camera cars, and the two lead groups pass each other here in Doha. Great shots again from our drone. Well done to our great colleagues at Alcas, putting these pictures out to the world. Drone coverage really has changed the face of sports television, indeed all television, I would suppose. And as you can see, there is confirmation of one group going one way, one group going the other, and each group giving each other a little wave as they did so. Kitata now working hard, but then again he looks like he's working hard from the first step he takes on a marathon course. He has this sort of style of running where he leans forward, head forward. Doesn't look overly comfortable, but my goodness me, he gets the job done. Tafa next to him, Yalu in the orange, then Mamo. Osbilan is there as well, and Kerwa. Babs is still there with this monumental debut effort. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Babs are now just back of that group. I do hope he continues to hang on, because it's been some debut performance by Lulu Babsa. But now we really are getting to it, and you just get the feeling that Qatar is beginning to push this a little bit. And it's the kind of stage of the race where you would imagine that they will get strung out to a degree. Babs are now finding life a little bit tough and tailing off this leading group. You can see the effort there on the face of Tafa, who has now taken over the lead from Qatar, who's happy to slip back into the main group. Yale on the right-hand side, and once again, Osbilan, who hasn't done much in the last few kilometres, did have a lead early doors, has been happy to sit at the back of that group, and now makes his way forward. Tanui is there as well. We haven't said too much about him this morning. Ezra Tanui, 27 years of age, from Kenya, has a best of 2:14.50. Well, he's well inside that at the moment. He was fourth placer here in 2024, and following that fourth place, he went on to win the half marathon event in Bogota in June of last year. And while he was in Colombia, he went off to Cali and won the 10K road race there. So he's putting in a shift, isn't he? Banti Another one we haven't spent too much time talking about, Achu Banti, also from Ethiopia, a best of 2:06.23 set in Prague in 2019. So we're down to 10 again. You can just see Babsa now is really tailed off this leading group. So I just wonder whether somebody is going to risk it all and go for it with 20 minutes or so to go, or whether we're going to get a very tactical race until the very end and it's going to be a shootout in the last couple of 100 meters. There is a very wide range of experience in this group. Athletes who are getting towards 40, athletes in their mid-20s. Some who've done it at the very highest level, some who've never done it before. So it's going to be interesting. Coming up towards 1 hour 46, 20 minutes or so, there or thereabouts to go. Once again, some stunning floral arrangements, manicured grounds here in Doha. We're going past another one of the drinking stations. No one seems to be too interested. Just one or two athletes making an attempt, one succeeding, one not. It was Mamo wearing 6 who failed to pick up his bottle there as we switch to the leading women, still led by these 3 Ethiopian male pacemakers. I think I can see Sembeta there at the front, and Ahmed just tailing her. Oh, a little tight there, but all successfully negotiated. Wearing 36, you can see Malabat Sega of Ethiopia. 31 is Senbeta. 32 is Ahmed. 37 is Sintayahu, also of Ethiopia. I'll stop saying Ethiopia in a minute because they're all from Ethiopia. It's a waste of time, isn't it? So we did have 5 in that leading group, down to 4 now. I think it's Sega, by the way, the athlete, the smaller of the 2 at the back of that leading group. So pacemakers just checking their watches, keeping in touch with the athletes behind them, doing what good pacemakers do. And just like the men's race, nothing certain at this stage. Senbeta, Ahmed, Sentayahu and Sega. And it is indeed Tilahuna's been dropped off the back of this leading group. So nothing is confirmed yet in the men's race. Nothing confirmed yet in the women's race. Both looking like decisions will need to be made at some point. Aminat Ahmed was part of our press conference team yesterday. Very pleased to be here in Doha. Said her training had been going well. Like a lot of athletes from that part of the world, very quiet and demure, but very, very strong. Okay, development here because Kitata has now been dropped off the back of that group. I think. I said that before. I was completely wrong. But I think he's off the back of that group now. We'll try and confirm that for you as soon as we can. But it is beginning to get a little smaller, isn't it? So Ojbilan leading. Kerwa in second place, and Ayale in third in the orange. Tanui and Tafa. And Osbilen looks like he might just be starting to wind this up a little bit. Now, athletes need to be a little careful now because, of course, we're on a loop course. So we have athletes from the 42K and the 21K who perhaps are not quite as quick as our elite athletes. But once again, our cycle chaperones doing an excellent job. Wearing 13, Tafa just off the back a little bit. A bit of work to do to rejoin that leading group. Men through 36.4 kilometres, leading women through 33.1. So side-on shot then of this leading group. Yeah, it does look like Osbilen has decided he wants to try and wind this up a little bit. Hunley on the left-hand side, 36.2, and they're through that in 1:49.26. So let's have a quick look at our pace notes. Osbilen, Kerwa, Ayale, Tanui and Tafa, 1:49.26. As you can see, the multitude of athletes coming in the other direction. Through 37 kilometres in about 1:52. Now, I think I saw that 37-kilometre mark. So that's only my approximate. So I reckon still around 2:07, 2:08, I think. But rather depends on if we get an athlete or two who decides they want to push this a little bit. Again, fine work being done by our cycle chaperones, just keeping the athletes safe. Tafa now leads from Osbilen. Ayale. We are really now getting to the business point of the race, coming up to 1 hour 53. 14 or 15 minutes left, that's all in the men's race, the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo 2025. 15,000 runners out on the streets. The leading men through 37.6 Ks, the women through 33.9. So once again we get our split screen with the leading men on the left and leading men on the right. Tafa it is, who leads the men as they make one of their final left-hand turns on the course. Still send better, looking like she's the lead athlete for the women's race. Men will be heading back towards Sheraton Park very, very shortly. You can see they're going to make their final left-hand turn and they'll be back on the corniche for the last time. Al Fana Masjid, another of the landmarks on this beautiful course here in Doha. Now it looks to me as if Osbeelen is having to work hard at the back of that group. That leading group is now 6 strong. On the Corniche. Water on their right for the final time, and Osbeelen is indeed having to work very hard now. It's beginning to wind up. Hinlua Yali leading the way in the orange top and the blue shorts as the men hit 38.4. So not far to go now. 42 kilometres the aim here in Doha this morning. Quite a few outcomes still very much possible. Pace we still think is around about 2:07, and once again significant move because it looks like we now have a leading group of 3. Now I think that is Bailu Yahinli and Ayala in the 2 orange vests at the head of that group. Definitely look like they've made the strike for home. Not so long ago this was a leading group of 10, but it has quickly fragmented in the last couple of kilometres. Often the way in marathon running, of course. So confirmation that in the white, Ezra Tanui, the 27-year-old Kenyan. So Yahinle and Tanui, stride for stride. Looked like we were a leading group of 3, and when that shot broadens out, I just wonder if they're making their way clear a little bit of the athlete in third. It looks as if they are. So we were 3, and it's not a gap that's impossible to close at this stage, but Yahinle and Tanui have broken away, and they've decided to make the stride for home from Ayala in 3rd place. Athletes just now streaming out behind them. 9 minutes to go roughly here in Doha. Music strikes up here on the closing stages, the finish line. So it looks like it's going to be a 2-horse race to the end. Yahinle of Ethiopia and Ezra Tanui of Kenya. Ethiopia-Kenya battles, well, we've seen them from 3,000 metre steeplechase to 5,000 metres to 10,000 metres. Now we're seeing one in the marathon. I wonder if anybody in the chasing group can make any difference in these last couple of kilometres. It has increased weather-wise by a couple of degrees. The wind has picked up by only 2 kilometres an hour, so it is still pretty perfect conditions as we get right into the business end of the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo 2025. Yahinle and Tanui, stride for stride. We're coming up to the 2-hour marker. We reckon they're on about 2:07 pace. Noise ramping up on the finish line. We are literally 1.5 meters from the finish gantry here in Doha, and I can tell you that excitement is beginning to gather here. Cameras are here, photographers are here. As you can hear, the local announcer and the music are here as well. They're right next to me. Hope you can still hear me okay. But enjoy these final drone shots of the men's race here in Doha 2025. The last time you'll see them with the men racing, because they are our two leaders, Yehunle of Ethiopia and Tanui of Kenya. Ethiopia in the orange, Kenya in the white. We tick over 2 hours. Confirmation that it is Yehunle who leads the way, but Tanui is just tracking him, matching him stride for stride. Looking cool, looking relaxed, perhaps looking the most relaxed of the two. Yehunle really looking like he's working hard, gritting his teeth. He knows there's not too far to go. They continue to stretch out that lead over the rest of the field. Now, is there an athlete beginning to make a move from fourth to third? Possibly. And we have seen these late surges in Doha before. Still too early to count your chickens, you'd have thought, as Tanui now moves up onto the shoulder briefly of Yehunle. Will he respond? Will he go? Will he just stick with him? Side by side and stride for stride. Yehunle just with perhaps a half metre. There's 1.4 kilometres to go for the men. It's another classic Ethiopia versus Kenya battle here in Doha. Oh, Yehunle putting in an effort, but immediately Tanui closes the 2 metre gap to half a metre. Responds immediately, the Kenyan. What an effort by the Ethiopian. Here's the overhead. You can see there is nothing in it at this stage. Just over a kilometre to go, you would think, from here. Coming up towards 2:03, it's Tafa who has moved from fourth to third, putting in a monumental effort. Mitku Tafa of Ethiopia. Currently possibly about a minute and a half inside his lifetime best. Can he make any impression on the leading two? Yehunle still from Tanui. Tafa really working hard and perhaps has closed a little bit. Tanui just puts his head, turns his head to the right just to see what is happening behind him. I can tell you that Tafa is putting an effort, but he's not in that shot. So he's going to have to make a monumental effort to close the gap. That is perfect running, stride for stride, totally in unison. Ethiopia in the front, Kenya at the back. Not long to go. Heading back towards the Sheraton Park village, the Marathon village. There you can just see Tafa in the background. Has he left himself too much to do? Coming up to 2:04. Still Tanui looks relaxed. Still he looks like he's confident in his own ability. Just tracking the Ethiopian, making the Ethiopian do the hard work. And yet again he grits his teeth. More effort from the Ethiopian. There you can see the Sheraton in the background, the pyramid-style hotel. Tafa is working so incredibly hard in third place. The leaders just need to be aware that he's there and not get too engrossed in their own race.
This is amazing, huge. So be ready.
So you can see how close they are to the finish now. Literally minutes to go in Doha for the men's race. The women are about to make their final right and then left-hand turns. And they'll be on the corniche very shortly. Tafa now in the picture. Tanui back on the shoulder of Yehunle. Ezra Tanui just looks so calm and collected, doesn't he? There's effort on the face of the Ethiopian. Tanui just looking at his watch, the taller of the two men, slightly longer stride pattern, and just opens up a little gap following the motorbike. Not exactly the straightest of lines. Looking over his shoulder, and is this the strike for home for Ezra Tanui? He's opened up a 5, 6, 7 meter gap pretty quickly. Don't forget it's Tafa in third place. But 27-year-old Ezra Tanui looks like he has made a significant move here. He's going to be way inside his lifetime best of 2:14.50. Fourth placer here in 2024. Looking at his watch, still with only meters to go, Yehunle's putting in another massive effort in second place. Still Tanui looks relaxed. Still looks so supremely confident in his own ability. Again, just the merest of glances over his shoulder. Kenya on course for victory here. That gap is growing despite the efforts of the Ethiopian. Excitement growing on the finish line. Here comes Ezra Tanui. We're just ticking over 2:07. Not quite as fast as we hoped, but it's been an absolutely fascinating men's marathon here in Doha. He moves to the other side of the course, into the finish area. He'll be on the red carpet very shortly. He is moments from home. Ezra Tanui of Kenya puts some speed on in the final stages and unfortunately goes straight over a couple of photographers. Let's hope he's okay. Ezra Tanui is the winner of the 2025 Doha Marathon. Belu Yehunle of Ethiopia in second place. And Mitku Tafa of Ethiopia comes home in third. Victory for Kenya over Ethiopia here in Doha this morning. Fantastic race, brilliantly timed by Tanui, supremely confident in his own ability, never looked in any way stressed. Just targeted the Ethiopian for the last couple of kilometres and made his move with a couple of minutes to go. There is your winner, still looking very, very calm and collected. Shirakatata comes home wearing the all black. So men's race is done and Kenya take the victory. Closing stages. He put a little spurt on right at the end, was going really quickly as he went over the line and then realised, I think, that the cameras were only about 10 metres past the line and took a bit of a tumble, but taking a tumble after the finish line is not a complete disaster. It's taking a tumble before the finish line that is the problem. But he looks like he's okay. He's up and about, he's on his 2 feet, so Just getting a pat on the back from James, one of our local team here. And of course, we'll give you the full result as soon as that comes through. Now we move from the men's race to the women's race. Now that looks like Sintayehu behind the pacemakers, wearing the orange and the blue. Sintayehu of Ethiopia. So she had a very successful year in 2023, finishing second in Milan and third in Abu Dhabi, where she set a lifetime best of 2:25.36. Trying to see who's behind her, and difficult to see at this stage as the next race is about to go, the 10K. We'll concentrate on that at the same time as the women's race. When I start talking, you can know the music. When I stop, so women with 2.8 kilometres to go. Success for Kenya in the men's race. Looking like Ethiopia have a very good chance for victory in this women's race. Eflemahu Sintayehu. Looks like she's got a pretty decent lead, and again hopefully we'll get an overhead shot or a long shot shortly to see just how big that lead is and who her closest competitor is.
Give me your high, give me your maximum.
Not obvious at the moment that she's got too much company in this women's race. Don't forget before, the last time we saw them, Senbeta was quite well placed, so was Aminet Ahmed, but no sign of them at the moment. Sintayehu still being paced and still looking very strong.
42 kilometers.
Coming up to 2:12, we've just hit 2:12, and again looking behind, it's not exactly clear who her closest challenger is. Once again getting our final shots of the corniche for the 42k race. The 21k race is out there, the 10k race is about to start. Once again, have to say congratulations to the organisers in Doha. A reminder that this is the third instalment of the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo. In 2023, it was a slightly different course, and we had 2,000 athletes across the four races, the marathon, the 21k, the 10k and the 5k. And in 2 short years, that number of 2,000 has grown to 15,000. Registrations were closed a month ago. They could have sold another couple of thousand tickets very, very easily indeed. Looks like I can see a ponytail in the background there, so that potentially would be Mulalab Sega of Ethiopia in second place. But I can't see for certain. It's too far away, and with my eyes I'm not going to make any predictions, but no doubt about who is leading the way. The 23-year-old Ethiopian, Eflemahu Sintayehu. Was a pretty decent track runner in her early days. Just looking back at some of her results, has a silver medal from the World Under-20 Championships at the steeplechase, has a bronze medal as well from the steeplechase at the Under-18 Championships as the 10K gets underway. Congratulations and good luck to everybody involved in that one. Again, it's another big field.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can witness the 10 kilometers now.
So a few more pictures of the 10K, then I'm pretty certain we'll be back with the women's race, because coming up towards 2:15.
Yes, watch your step.
And last time we had a informative checkpoint. We thought the women were on around about 2:22, 2:23. So here we are back with the women's race, running towards that now famous Doha skyline. Cynthia Yehu of Ethiopia. Only has 1.4 kilometers to go. Checking her watch, still with one of the pacemakers out there in front of her. That must have been a real help. The fact that she's the leading athlete, but she's got company. She's got somebody who's dragging her along. One of the pacemakers who is probably going to be there right until the bitter end of this women's race. And as you can see in that shot there is no one in the background. So she looks to be relatively unchallenged at this point.
Participant in 2025. We can see young people, we can see old people, all the age group. That's what makes me happy, man. Amazing, amazing.
So just to give you, again, a bit of a brief synopsis of the relatively recent performances of our Ethiopian leader. Second in Milan in 2023, third in Abu Dhabi, when she set that lifetime best of 2:25.36. So we reckon she's going to be inside that. Also pretty successful at half marathons as well. She won in Lisbon in 2021 and the race in Belfort, France, 2022. And as mentioned, those are two steeplechase medals from under 20 and under 18 age group. Abdi finishes the elite men's race. Was in the leading group in the early stages, but fell off the back around about halfway, if memory serves. Still one or two of the elite men coming home as we go back again and concentrate on the elite woman leader, Cynthia Yehu of Ethiopia. And still nobody in that shot putting in a challenge, so it still looks like she's got a pretty healthy lead. And I'm guessing she's got around about 5 minutes to go, there or thereabouts. Certainly looks like she has a very, very decent advantage. Yes, it's a big lead, isn't it? So unless she comes to a complete standstill, I think she may have this one in the bag.
I can see Cynthia Yehu now. Over the way. I think she's close, Danny. She's close. She's close, too close. Yes. I can.
So even at this late stage, pacemaker still checking his watch, doing a very, very fine job.
Yes.
Lots of people out in the course have been working very hard. Our pacemakers.
Yes.
I think our cycle chaperones have been absolutely amazing.
We're waiting for you.
I told them an hour ago. It's amazing. So what's winner time is slower.
So the noise ramps up here on the finish line as our local announcer gets the crowd going. Very, very shortly, our leader of the women's race is going to meet the 10K racers going in the other direction. There you can just see them streaming away at the top of the shot. But Cynthia Yehu still being paced all the way to the finish. Just to let you know that my eyesight isn't quite as bad as I thought. It is indeed Sega in second place and Senbeta in third, and that was the case at 41.2 kilometers. So it was always an Ethiopian 1, 2, 3 because for pretty much the entire race. It was an Ethiopian 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it was per many 3 from those 5. And those 3 are going to be Sintayehu, Sega and Senbetta. So very close now to the finish for our leader. Kenya successful in the men's race through Ezra Tanui. Look at the numbers there, streaming away on their 10K journey. But of all the thousands of athletes in those pictures, we are really interested in just one at the moment, and that is the leader of the women's race. It is not that young lady there. There she is, wearing the orange top, the blue shorts. Sintayehu of Ethiopia from Sega in second place and Zenbetta in third. Aminet Ahmed has obviously dropped away to fourth, I think she was, at around about 36 kilometres. No update on her position since then. Once again, she checks her watch, time ticking up to 2:21. She's close now. You can see the red carpet of the finish zone. She's going to be around about 2:22, just under, one would hope. Great job by our pacemaking team. Well done to Spencer Barden and John Nabani for putting together a brilliant pacemaking team. Did a great job in the men's race, and they're going to be leading her home all the way to the finish.
Give me your maximum.
Very close now. Last few meters of this women's elite race. She moves across. She can see the red carpet. Sintayehu of Ethiopia, the 23-year-old, is going to take victory in Doha in 2025. The camera bike will move. She raises her arms aloft, and it is victory for Ethiopia. Sintayehu wins for Ethiopia. Let's keep an eye on the athletes coming home in second place. She does indeed break the 2:22 marker. Here comes Sega, the athlete in second place. Mulahab Sega takes a second for Ethiopia. Strain and effort all over her face. Comes across the line now. And Senbetta of Ethiopia. It's a 1-2-3. It was going to be a 1-2-3 pretty much from halfway. And Zinat Senbetta takes third place for Ethiopia. So congratulations to Ethiopia, who fill the first 3 places in the women's marathon. Again, we'll give the official result when they come through. But sub 2:22, so it's a big personal best by over 3.5 minutes by the winner.
Yes, yes, miss. Give me your maximum. Give me your max. Give me your max. Few seconds and you're gonna cross the line, finish line. Tabarak al-Rahman.
Aminet Ahmed, I can just see in the background while you're watching those replays, has come across the line.
See you, 21 kilo. Yes, go ahead. Maximum. Run. Sprint now. Sprint now. Give me your max. Give me your max. Give me your max. Allah عليك. Allah عليك. Allah عليك. يا لك من قوة ما شاء الله. يا لها من قوة ما شاء الله. تبارك الرحمن. يا أخي الإنسان البشر. احنا الإنسان عندنا قوة خارقة بس احنا ما نعرفها. لا نعرف القوة.
Immediately on the scene there, you can see one of Qatar's most famous reporters, Mohammed Zugar of Al Kas, trying to catch a word with the winner. So here comes the men's result for you in full. The Doha Marathon 2025 by Ooredoo, won by Ezra Tanui in 2:07:28. Bailu Yahunle of Ethiopia second, with Mitku Tafa of Ethiopia in third. Ayale 4, Kerwa of Kenya in 5, Tedesse of Ethiopia 6, Bante of Ethiopia in 7th. Ozbilan of Turkey looked so strong for much of the race, a minute behind the leader in 8th place. Shura Kitata was 9th home, the winner of the London Marathon. Here comes Tillahun, who I think will be in 5th place. There is Aminat Ahmed, just off the podium this time. Brave race though by Aminat. So I think that's 5 women home so far. We have Visit Qatar, New Balance, Qatar Hospitality, Al Abdulghani Motors, as well as we have once again some more dramatic shots of this quite extraordinary city. Supporting partners الشركاء الداعمين وزارة الداخلية المصرية والسورية الحياة الكاس قناة الكاس الاتحاد القطري للألعاب القوة. Yes, someone is coming. So don't forget that on the course we've got the rest of the athletes in the 42Ks. We've got the 21K race out there as well. The 10K race started relatively recently. So athletes now coming home from the marathon. These are good club runners from Doha and much further afield. Of course, there are quite a few international athletes here as well. Still awaiting our next women's elite finisher. Music. So as we come to the end of what's been a very nice morning here in Doha, I do hope you've enjoyed the pictures provided by Al Kass and my inane ramblings. Good to hear from the likes of Spencer Barden and John Navani during the broadcast. We will of course stick with these pictures, and I think we'll be giving you the entire women's race result when that is populated. Just a reminder, if you didn't know already, that we had a Kenyan victory in the men's elite marathon, Ezra Tanui, and we had an Ethiopian victory in the women's race.
Yes, you're getting closer and closer and closer. Within seconds, you're gonna cross the finish line. خلال ثواني راح تعدي نقطة النهاية. عطني أقوى ما عندك. Give me your best. Give me your maximum. Give me your best. Be أقوى ما عندك يا حبيبي.
So these are two 2:30, sub 2:30 club runners coming in now from the men's marathon race. And don't forget that their time's probably a bit quicker than that because the chip's not activated until they cross the start line. So if they're about 4 or 5 seconds behind the elite athletes at the start, their chip doesn't start until that point.
Yes, I can see one more. I can see one more participant over there. Yes, 21 kilometers. 21 kilometers is shining today. Even though 42 kilometers is shining. 21. Closer. Give me your best. Sprint now. Sprint now. Start watching. Come on. Come. Yes, sprint. Sprint. Allah عليك, Allah عليك, Allah عليك. One more over there. Yes, give me your best. Your daughter, beautiful daughter. Yes, come on. You can make it. And you will be made it now within seconds.
So multiple finishes then at the finish line here. We've got 42k athletes coming in. You've just seen one of the 21k athletes coming in as well. It's going to get very, very busy and probably a little bit confusing as well on the finish line. Still would like to find some more elite women for you. We have seen the official men's result. Still waiting for the women's, and I think that's because there are still athletes out on the course at the moment.
Who crosses the line? Be careful. حكامنا مصحصحين حكامنا يا حكامنا مصحصحين ابي صوتكم قولوا ايه على الاقل مصحصحين والله يا حكامنا صراحه
So I think I'm right in saying that if you're watching an athlete with a green bib, they've just run the 21k. If it's a red bib, then they've just run the marathon. So well done to all of them.
Yes, champ. Don't look back. Look here. This is your destination. Go. Look up. Look forward. Don't look backward. Come on. This is marathon. Doha 2025. Don't look backward. Look forward. Give me your best. Yes. No.
I do hope you can hear the local announcer in the background because he's very enthusiastic. He's doing a great job out there bringing the athletes home. Oh my goodness me. Playing to the audience and loving every second. Well done to everybody who's coming across the line. This Doha 2025 marathon by Ooredoo has been a huge success.
Yes, we have 21 kilometers. I can see over there. Yes, give me your best. Give me your best. And you can do it. You did it. You did it in a few seconds. Yes. Come on. إيه روح يا نادي الغرافة. روح بيرفع. روح شباب أندية قطر ما شاء الله عليهم مبدعين. إيه واسجد. سجد شكر لله. لأن هالقوة ما تجي إلا من الله. يلا كمل يا 21. كمل.
So we're just over 2.5 hours. Still some women athletes still some elite women athletes out on the course, but I don't think we're too far away from showing you the results with the top 5.
Music, DJ.
And there we go. As I told you, from probably about half the race out, it was going to be an Ethiopian 1, 2, 3. It turned out to be an Ethiopian 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sintayehu did indeed break her best, finishing sub 2:22 with 2:21.43. Sega in second place with Zinay Sembeta in third. Aminet Ahmed, probably one of the pre-race favourites, 1:44 back in fourth. And Sintayehu Tilahun coming home in fifth place, 3 minutes and 11 seconds behind the leader. So thanks to everybody who has worked so hard on the Doha 2025 marathon by Ooredoo, the officials and the volunteers out on the course, the local organising committee and members of the Qatar Athletic Federation who've put this race together, our international consultancy team, including Spencer Barden, John Nabani and Robert Wagner, Tobias on graphics, thanks to him. And I do hope you've enjoyed your morning with us in Doha. The weather was perfect, the pictures were perfect, and victories for Kenya and Ethiopia were perfect as well. From me, Andy Kay, a very good day, and we'll see you next year.
Asia. Yes, I can see few more participants. Amazing, come on man, come on. I assume that you're 42 kilometers. 42 kilometers. Sprint please, sprint, yes. Go ahead, go, 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 go. Allah alaikum, yes brother. Go, 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 go. 21 kilometers, go. Sprint now man, come on. Make a new number man, come on. Yes, yes, yes. 21 plus 42 together. Go ahead man. Allah alaikum, Allah alaikum, Allah alaikum. Man, I'm enjoying this man. I'm enjoying this. I can see over there 21 or maybe 42 kilometers. 42 kilometers. Yes, go, go. Volunteers, please focus. Volunteers, please focus. Yes, go, 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 go. Zahi, go Zahi. Sprint Zahi. Sprint Zahi. Sprint. Allah, Allah, Allah. Come on, yes, yes, 21 kilometers, yes. You just finished it. You just finished it. Your goal is here. Your goal is here. Sprint. Sprint. Allah alayk. Yes, brother. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes. Very good.
Guys, go back, go back. Go back, 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 back. Guys, go back. More, 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 more.
Delaying the start of the 5K. It was supposed to be 8:40, but it is now 8:50. For your safety first, and because the 10K runners are outnumbered and there's no crowd on the street, so we need you a little bit of distance between them and you. So you always start at 8:50, and you're going to go on the same road to the finish line. Thank you so much.
كمل حبيبي كمل 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 بس زيد شوي زيد more yes finish it.
camera, people. Keep smiling for the camera. Doha, are you ready for the race? We've got less than 10 minutes before we start. We got 8 minutes. All right, people. So, we've got a special guest with us today. You've heard his voice in the World Cup, ladies and gentlemen, and he was the man directing you to the metro. So he will be giving you the directions to the finish line.
Hello everyone. Welcome to Doha Marathon by Ooredoo 2025. I'm happy to see you all here today. So I'm gonna show you the direction to the finishing line. So finishing line, this way. Finishing line, this way. Finishing line, come on, this way. Okay, good luck guys.
Let's give him a huge round of applause, people!
سعادة السيد سعد بن علي الخرجي رئيس قطر للسياحة ورئيس مجلس إدارة فندق قطر.
After the ceasefire for Palestine!
guys, please go. Guys, please go.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we can see now, we're seeing many runners finishing the race today. Our 42 kilometers, or 21, or 10, or 5. And we've seen the first few people finishing the 5K. And now we're seeing the first young people finishing this 5K distance. We are still looking at a big number of people still crossing that finish line in many distances. We've seen the view on the start and how they started getting
This is an art. Remember? Do you agree? I do agree. Medium. You're going to be on the sides. No one in the middle, please. On the sides. Medium. All medium on the sides. No one in the middle, please. No one in the middle, please. On the sides. This is a finishing spot for the runners. Please make way for them. Thank you. One runner here finishing his race with an extra weight on his body. We're talking about extra weight. One of the best of stuff. Yes, yes, yes. حبايبي 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 وحوش. أبطال أبطال أبطال. يا أخي هالحماس، أنا أبي هالحماس دائما. وأبي هالحماس وحوش. Amazing, amazing. Yes, man. I see you. Peace, man. Peace, peace. ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن.
Wonderful job, people, crossing that finish line. You are reaching there. Let's go. You are reaching there. Let's go. Let's go, Dean. You're reaching there at 10K distance. Good job. Good job.
Yes, 10K, and we're gonna wait for 5K. I think we have 7,000 participants in 5K. Right? Yes, cheers, man. Oh, it's beautiful, man. Love shoes.
One guy finishing the race barefoot. One guy finishing the race barefoot, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen a lot of people now crossing that finish line, but we also have a special guest, Raleigh Muftah. Raleigh Muftah, we've been honored with Raleigh Muftah. You know who Raleigh Muftah is. He's doing the 5K distance, and you're going to be seeing him crossing that finish line here. So I need you to put your hands together for him when he gets here. This contest special also. Olympian, he is crossing that finish line. يا بعد راسي يا الرياض يا بعد سبحان الرياض زحمة الرياض
يلا حبايبي
شفت الرياض عاشر وشفت الرياض
شوف اليوم معودينا ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن. احنا ننتظر غانم المفتاح في عمار الحين. يلا يا شباب يلا المعطل ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن. Yes, yes.
Good job crossing that finish line. Good job running the whole distance. This beautiful weather in Doha today, 17th of January, Friday. We are seeing a spectacular scene from all the runners from 140 nationality. 1,300 people and runners came from outside Qatar with a total of 15,000 people joining Doha Marathon 2025.
يلا يلا عد الحماس هذا يدوم يلا للآخر
Crossing that finish line, victory's race.
Yes, amazing, amazing. Keep running, sprinting, especially there at the finish line. Yes, cross the line and move forward. Yes, go to the end. Don't stay once you finish the line. Don't cross the line. Yellow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Ryan finishing here on this side with 21 kilometers. Taking pictures with his friends on the side. Thomas, aka FFL Coaching. FFL Coaching.
Yes, yes. Let's take a video. Come on, take a video. Yes, make a memory for yourself. Yes. This will stay in your phone and in your head, in your mind. Yalla. وصلوا وسبونسر وضحكوا ابتسموا كملوا.
Finishing now on this side here, coming to the end.
ابتسموا اكثر. اسمعوا more. More crossing the line. يلا يا جماعه يلا. احلى احلى احلى. We have now 10 kilometers and 5 kilometers. Yes, DJ, focus, please. Music a little bit, please, DJ.
مع اي مدرب، وان شاء الله يعني هو اللي بيساعدك في الجدول طبعا. واهم شيء لا تضغط نفسك، وطبعا لازم تسمع لجسمك، هذا هذه اهم النصائح، وتكون دائما ايجابي، وان شاء الله اكيد بتوصل. اكيد.
خلينا نقول ال5 كيلو.
نعم.
شخص يبي يدش ال5 كيلو، دور له مدرب، دور له شخص مختص في الامور الغذائيه، خلينا نسميه نيوتريشن.
صح.
شنو الامور الثانيه اللي ممكن يتبعها عشان يدش ال5 كيلو، او حتى اذا يبي يرفع السقف ويوصل لين 10 كيلو؟
طبعا السر في
وكم الفتره الزمنيه حق التحضير؟
والله طبعا اذا انت لاعب من الزيرو لازم من بكره تبدا. اذا انت ما شاركت الحين لازم من بكره تبدا شوي شوي، يعني تدريجيا. اي شيء.
لا في رياضات ثانيه تشوف ربعنا ما شاء الله عليهم، يا كوره يا بادل يا الجيم يا سوالف الهيلث، بس الماراثون غير.
معناه هاي عنده اوريدي لياقه. احنا نتكلم عن 5 كيلو، طبعا الماراثون هاي شيء ثاني. احنا نتكلم عن 5 كيلو
ربع ماراثون.
ربع ماراثون نقدر نقول. 5 كيلو تقدر شوي شوي تبني من الحين.
Amazing, good job. 10K and 5Ks. Yes, go ahead, yes. تبارك الرحمن ما شاء الله عليكم خلصتوا في يعني وقت مناسب ووقت يعني خلينا نقول ساعة ونص تقريبا ما أخذتوا وقت زيادة. يعطيكم العافية. Let's keep going, people. Let's keep going, people. To the end, you're reaching the race today. To the end, you're crossing that finish line, getting your medal. Keep running, keep running. I see you taking it in. Yes, go, 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 go. Amazing, amazing. Yet another finish on this side, finishing the race, ladies and gentlemen. Crossing that finish line, ended it today. Volunteers, please assist me. And you're witnessing today. This finish line, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I can see people from Malaysia and Indonesia. Amazing. Thank you, George. Thank you. You're the best photographer here.
go, people. Let's make some noise while you're running. Let's make some noise.
سادتي خلكم محاورين وخلكم مع المشاركين. انا وقتي ينتهي معاكم وان شاء الله نشوفكم في السنه القادمه. دمتم خيرا ويعطيكم العافيه.
So one more time, I'd like to call all the top 3 winners for both men and women for the Elite Full Marathon to move immediately towards the stage for the awarding ceremony. إذن سادة الحضور مجددا أود أن أرحب بجميع الحضور معنا هنا وتحديدا ضمن ماراثون الدوحة من أريد. لحظات قليلة وننتقل وإياكم إلى حفل تتويج الفائزين في الفئة الأولى وفئة النخبة لسباق الماراثون ل 42 كيلومترا.
لا يلعب بكلمة. انت مع مين بتشتغل؟ انا شركة انا شركة فيجن ميكر فيجن ميكر مافيا قصدك اليوم مع مين هنصور؟
إذن السادة الحضور، بداية أود أن أرحب وعلى أرض المسرح بحفل التتويج للفئة الأولى لفئة النخبة للماراثون لمسافة 42 كيلومترا. بداية نرحب بالشيخ علي بن جبر الثاني الرئيس التنفيذي لأوريدو قطر، والسيد محمد عيسى الفضالة رئيس الاتحاد القطري لألعاب القوى، والشيخ عبد الرحمن بن فهد الثاني الرئيس التنفيذي لبنك الدوحة. So ladies and gentlemen, the third place winner of the full marathon elite for women category. Bring your hands together to Zina Sembeta of Ethiopia. إذن تهانينا للفائزة بالمركز الثالث زينة سمبتا من إثيوبيا. Congratulations. Second place winner of the full marathon elite for women is Muluab Tsega of Ethiopia. And the first place winner, Itlemahu Sitayehu of Ethiopia. Congratulations to all the three winners of the full marathon elite for women.
Hey, go back, go back. Hey.
So a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, bring your heads together for the winners. Congratulations and thank you, athletes, for being with us today and achieving the top 3 places. Moving on to the men's category for the full marathon elite. Third place winner, Miksu Tafa of Ethiopia. إذن تهانينا للفائز بالمركز الثالث ميتكو تافا من إثيوبيا. Second place winner Balu Yuhunli of Ethiopia. تهانينا للفائز بالمركز الثاني بالو ينهولي من إثيوبيا. And the first place winner and the title holder of Doha Marathon by Ooredoo of the elite team, Ezra Kipketer Tanu of Kenya. إذن السادة الحضور، كان هذا هو تتويج الفئة الأولى للماراثون لفئة النخبة للرجال والنساء. لحظات قليلة وننتقل وإياكم إلى الفئات الأخرى للتتويج وهنا تحديدا على أرض المسرح. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the full marathon elite for both men and women. We're gonna continue later on with the other categories within a few minutes only. So stick around, don't go anywhere, and let's celebrate all together the winners of the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo.
مكاني راح هي على راسي بس لسه ما في شيء على الستيج.
الوقت عالي ساعة برمت على الكرسي. ايه بابا ريح راسك. احنا فوق.
Sometimes I wonder if the truth is in the heart. Sometimes I wonder if the cries I hear will dry. All that's left in me is the strength to love for real. And all I've got is all I've done. It's my faith in you in love. It's my faith in you in love. It's my faith in you in love. And all I've got is all I've done. It's my faith in you in love.
Testing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you received your medal, please make some noise. Nah, that was weak. If you received your medal, please make some noise. All right, if you are a 5K runner, make some noise. If you are a 10K runner, make some noise. If you're a half marathon runner, make some noise. And last but not least, if you're a full marathon runner, make some noise. One last time and one last request. All of you with one big sound. All of you with one big scream. We want to hear Doha Marathon. And 1, 2, 3, Doha Marathon! No, I want a stronger one. I want a stronger one. In 1, 2, 3! Wonderful job, everyone. A great performance. Good to see you today, this morning. 15,000 plus people were with us and this weekend here at the Corniche Street and also in the hotel park. Now we're seeing a lot of people coming, so stay tuned. And one last time, let's give it up for Doha Marathon! Good job, people. Bye, Arido.
ciao, bella ciao, 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 partigiano, portami via, se mi sento di morire, e se io muoio da partigiano, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, 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 se io muoio da partigiano, tu mi devi seppellire, oh partigiano, portami via. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, 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 partigiano, portami via, se mi sento di morire, se io muoio, partigiano, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, 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 se io muoio da partigiano, tu mi devi seppellire. bella ciao, 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 partigiano, portami via, se mi sento di morire, e se io muoio da partigiano, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, 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 se io muoio da partigiano, tu mi devi seppellire. Partigiano, dammi via, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, 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 partigiano, portami via.
إذا نستطيع الحضور مجددا أود أن نرحب بجميع المشتركين معنا هنا وتحديدا في ماراثون الدوحة من أريد. لحظات قليلة جدا وننتقل وإياكم إلى حفل التتويج ومع الفئات المتبقية لهذا اليوم، لذا أدعوكم جميعا للاستعداد والاحتفال سويا في هذه الفقرة المميزة. So ladies and gentlemen, few moments only and we're going to move on to the next awarding ceremony. So get ready to celebrate all together the winners of the different categories. The full marathon for Ad'am, the Qatari category, the full marathon open for both men and women, and of course the half marathon open for men and women, and the last one, which is the half marathon for Ad'am Qataris for men and women. So please get ready to celebrate all together, and let's celebrate this sport festival right here at the amazing Marathon Village stage. Stick around, don't go anywhere. A few moments only, I'm gonna move on to the awarding ceremony. Thank you.
Can't get you out of my head. Boy, it's more than I dare to think about. I just can't get you out of my head. Boy, your loving is all I think about. San Pedro. Just like I never gonna know the song. Young girl with eyes like the desert. It all seemed like yesterday, not far away. life is brilliant. My life is brilliant. My love is pure. I saw an angel, of that I'm sure. She smiled at me on the subway. She was with another man. But I won't lose sleep on that, 'cause I've got a plan. then you go. Oh, baby, then you know. If you see it through my eyes, if you see it through my eyes, see it, oh, if you see it through my eyes, oh. If you see it through my eyes, see it, oh, see it through my eyes.
To ask all the top 3 winners for both male and female for the 42-kilometer run, the open race, to move forward towards the stage as we're about to start with the awarding ceremony. One more time, I would like to ask all the top 3 winners for both female and male to move immediately towards the stage as we're about to start the awarding ceremony of the 42-kilometer open overall race. إذا نستطيع الحضور لحظات قليلة وننتقل وإياكم إلى التتويج مع الفئة التالية، فئة 42 كيلومترا للسباق المفتوح لفئتي الرجال والنساء. كما أيضا أود أن أدعو فئة الأدعم للرجال لسباق 42 كيلومترا. So ladies and gentlemen, all the top 3 winners for all the categories, please move immediately towards the stage as the awarding ceremony is about to begin. إذا نطلب من جميع الفائزين في جميع الفئات للمراكز الثلاثة الأولى التوجه فورا إلى المسرح، بحيث سنبدأ وخلال لحظات قليلة جدا حفل التتويج. فلنرحب جميعا على أرض المسرح بالشيخ علي بن جبر الثاني، الرئيس التنفيذي لأوريدو قطر. Let's all together welcome Mr. Stuart Henwood, the Senior Director, Middle East, Africa and India of New Balance. And of course, Mr. Subah Al-Kuwari, most welcome on stage. إذا نستطيع الحضور مجددا. أدعو جميع الفائزين في المراكز الثلاثة الأولى التوجه فورا إلى المسرح، بحيث سنبدأ خلال لحظات قليلة حفل التتويج. I would like to ask all the top 3 winners for all categories, for both men and women, to move immediately towards the stage as the awarding ceremony is about to begin. So we're talking about full marathon and half marathon for the 42 and 21 kilometers. Top 3 winners, please make sure to be right here on stage as we're about to begin the awarding ceremony. مجددا نطلب من جميع الفائزين للفئات الثلاثة أو الفئتي ال 42 كيلومتر وال 21 كيلومتر لجميع السباقات. للسباق المفتوح لفئة الأدعم للرجال والنساء التوجه فورا إلى المسرح، بحيث سنبدأ حفل التتويج الآن. أيضا بانتظار وصول الفائزين بالمراكز الثلاثة الأولى هنا، أود أن أشكر الجهة المنظمة وهي أريد، السباقة في إنجاز وتنظيم البطولات المتنوعة، وطبعا التي تشمل جميع فئات المجتمع لكل الأعمار. وتحديدا هنا نتكلم عن ماراثون الدوحة من أريد، الذي جمع اليوم حوالي 15,000 مشترك من جميع أنحاء العالم، تقريبا 140 دولة مشاركة، بالإضافة إلى 1300 مشترك أتوا خصيصا من حول العالم إلى الدوحة قطر عاصمة الرياضة لمشاركة في ماراثون الدوحة من أريد. إذا لحظات قليلة جدا وننتقل وإياكم إلى تتويج، ومع فئتي ال 42 كيلومترا و 21 كيلومترا. أدعو جميع الفائزين بالمراكز الثلاثة الأولى التوجه فورا إلى المسرح. So one more time I would like to ask all the top 3 winners for the categories of 42 kilometer and 21 kilometer races to be next to me right here on stage for the awarding ceremony. So ladies and gentlemen, the third place winner for male division 42 kilometer open overall, Jared Korir of Kenya. Second place winner, Rashid Boudallah of Morocco. تهانينا لراشد بودالله من المغرب. إذن رشيد بودالله من المغرب، والفائز بالمركز الأول وصاحب اللقب تهانينا لأحمد الحسوف من المغرب. First place winner أحمد الحسوف of Morocco. Let's have a group photo with the top 3 winners of the 42 kilometer open for man division. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, bring your hands together for the winners. تحياتنا لجميع الفائزين. ننتقل إلى الفئة التالية. Moving on to the next category, which is the 42 open for Qataris. والآن مع الفئة التالية لفئة 42 كيلومترا للأدعم. في المركز الثالث ومن قطر، ألف مبروك لراشد المسافري. تهانينا لراشد المسافري. Congratulations for Rashid المسافري of Qatar being the third place winner. Second place winner الفائز بالمركز الثاني ومن قطر، ألف مبروك لإبراهيم الحرمي. Second place winner of the 42 kilometers run for the Qatari division, Ibrahim Al-Harami. Congratulations. Come on, bring your hands together for Ibrahim and the first place winner. الفائز بالمركز الأول. ألف مبروك. وأيضا من قطر عبد الله المسلم. Congratulations to Abdullah of Qatar being the first place winner. ألف مبروك وتحياتنا جمهور وتصفيق حار جدا للفائزين لفئة الأدعم لسباق 42 كيلومترا. A big round of applause goes to the 42-kilometer run for Qatari division. والآن مع فئة النصف ماراثون لمسافة 21 كيلومترا ومع فئة الرجال. And now with the 21 kilometers run for man division. Bring your hands together for the third place winner, عبد الفاض ياسين فرج محمد of Sweden. تهانينا لعبد الفاتح ياسين فرج محمد من السويد. ألف مبروك في المركز الثالث. أما في المركز الثاني second place winner عبد الماجد الهيسوف من المغرب. تهانينا لعبد الماجد. Congratulations to عبد الماجد being the second place winner. والآن مع الفائز بالمركز الأول لسباق 21 كيلومترا. ألف مبروك ومن المغرب تحياتنا لإسماعيل الخرشي. A big round of applause goes to Ismail Al-Kharshi being the first place winner of the 21-kilometer run of Morocco. So thank you, winners, for being with us. ندعو السيد جاسم المحمود مدير العلاقات العامة في قطر للسياحة للانضمام إلينا على أرض المسرح ومع تتويج الفئة التالية. طبعا نحيي والآن مع فئة النساء للنصف ماراثون ومع المركز الثالث. Moving on to the 21 kilometer for female category. Third place winner, big round of applause goes to هايا الرفاعي من الكويت. ألف مبروك لهايا الرفاعي. Congratulations to هايا الرفاعي of Kuwait. And the second place winner الفائزة بالمركز الثاني أغنيسكا شميت of Poland. تهانينا لأغنيسكا شميت من بولندا. أما الفائزة بالمركز الأول first place winner of the 21 kilometer run وفا زرول من المغرب. Congratulations to وفا زرول من المغرب. تهانينا وألف ألف مبروك للفائزات. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you for being with us. Moving on to the male division of the 21 kilometers for Qataris. والآن مع فئة الأدعم لنصف الماراثون ومع الرجال. والفائز بالمركز الثالث ومن قطر ألف مبروك لخالد القحطاني. Congratulations goes to Khalid Al-Qahtani of Qatar, being the third place winner of the 21 kilometers for Qatari division. والآن مع المركز الثاني moving on to the second place winner of Qatar, Abdullah Al-Muftah. تهانينا لعبدالله. A big round of applause goes to Abdullah Al-Muftah, being the second place winner of the 21 kilometer run. And the first place winner والفائز بالمركز الأول لفئة الأدعم. With a huge round of applause to Abdullah Fahad Azzarz. تهانينا لعبدالله فوزه المركز الزراع. إذن عبدالله فهد الزراع. Come on, bring your heads together. A big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, for the Qatari division. تهانينا وعبد الله فهد الزراع الفائز بالمركز الأول. Moving on to the next division, the 21 kilometer run for women for Qatari. والآن مع الفئة التالية لفئة الأدعم للنساء والفائزة بالمركز الثالث. ألف مبروك لنور الجابر. وتحية لنور. والفائزة بالمركز الثالث. ألف مبروك. تحياتنا طبعا لفريق الأدعم لفئة النساء. والفائزة بالمركز الثاني إذن في المركز الثاني second place winner رابعة المصلح. What a great achievement for رابعة. Big round of applause goes to رابعة المصلح. تحية لرابعة. ما شاء الله. Fans, you have a huge fans. رابعة. Come on, one more time. رابعة fans, where are you? Wow, you look incredible. Moving on to the first place winner والفائزة بالمركز الأول ومن قطر دانا المناعي. ألف مبروك لدانا وتحياتنا للأدعم. وهؤلاء هم الفائزات في المراكز الثلاثة الأولى لفئة 21 كيلومترا الأدعم نساء. جمهور تحية كبيرة جدا للأدعم. Congratulations to the Qatari women division. Moving on to the 42 kilometer run for women division and third place winner Maris Luhama of Estonia. ألف مبروك إذن للفائزة بالمركز الثالث لفئة النساء لسباق 42 كيلومترا. And the second place winner of the 42 kilometer run, Elizabeth Kerr of Great Britain. And the first place winner of the 42 kilometer run is Estefania Unzu Ripoll of Spain. A big round of applause goes to the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the 42 kilometer winners for the top 3 places. And the big round of applause goes to the winners.
Sometimes I wonder if the truth is in the heart.
إذا السادة الحضور، لحظات قليلة جدا بانتظار الفئة الأخيرة لهذا اليوم، وفئة الأدعم للفول ماراثون وسباق 42 كيلومترا. لحظات قليلة وننتقل وإياكم للفئة الأخيرة، إذا فئة الأدعم للسيدات للماراثون لمسافة 42 كيلومترا. So ladies and gentlemen, the last warning ceremony for today is the 42-kilometer run for Qataris for the women category. Will be happening within a few seconds only, so we're just getting ready for the awarding ceremony. I hope you're enjoying what's happening around. Of course, all the athletes, the runners are really appreciated, and big thanks to being with us today. I'm really happy to see all the variety, a huge variety of runners from all around the world just joining us for the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo. إذن نحن سعيدون جدا بأن نكون معكم في هذا اليوم التي خصصته أوريدو لجميع فئات المجتمع لينضموا إلينا في هذا السباق وهذه الفعالية الرياضية بامتياز، التي ضمت أكثر من 15,000 مشترك من جميع فئات المجتمع. طبعا شركة أوريدو هي الشركة الرائدة في تنظيم الفعاليات المجتمعية التي تساهم في تطوير وتحسين الحياة. وطبعا ضمن هذه الفقرات المميزة ننتقل وإياكم إلى الفقرة التالية. إذن السادة الحضور، نذكركم بأن الفائزين في المراكز الثلاثة الأولى لفئتي 10 و5 كيلومترات سنقوم بالتواصل معهم يوم الأحد لإعلامهم بالدعوة واستلام الجوائز. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you, as we've already mentioned, the top 3 winners of the 10 and 5 kilometer run. We will be contacting you on Sunday, and of course we'll give you all the instructions on how and where you'll be having your, of course, awarding ceremony, and you will have the chance to get your prizes. إذن مستمرون معكم في هذا اليوم المميز ومع ماراثون الدوحة من أوريدو لنتوج الفئة الأخيرة ومع فئة الأدعم للسيدات. I would like to remind you that the 10 and 5 kilometer run, top 3 winners will be, we will be contacting them on Sunday, and we will give them all the instructions on where and how they will get their prizes. إذا نود أن نذكر الجميع الفائزين بالمراكز الثلاثة الأولى لفئتي 10 و5 كيلومترات بأننا سنقوم بالتواصل معهم يوم الأحد المقبل لطبعا إعلامهم بكيفية استلام الجوائز. إذا ندعو الفائزة بالمركز الأول لفئة الأدعم للنساء لسباق 42 كيلومترا، وألف ألف مبروك للمشتركة لولو المري من قطر. تحياتنا وألف مبروك للولو. هي تتوجه الآن إلى المسرح لنقوم باستكمال حفل التتويج. طبعا هنا نود أن نستغل الفرصة ونهنئ لولو المري الفائزة بالمركز الأول. تهانينا للأدعم. طبعا سباق 42 كيلومتر هو السباق الأطول والأكبر ضمن جميع الفئات. يتطلب الكثير من المهارات والتحضير خلال يعني أشهر طبعا، ومستوى عالي جدا من اللياقة البدنية. طبعا شكر كبير جدا مجددا للشركة المنظمة أريد لهذا السباق المميز ماراثون الدوحة من أريد. طبعا شكر كبير جدا أيضا للمتطوعين والداعمين والمشاركين معنا في هذه الفعالية المميزة. إذن بانتظار السيدة لولو المري، بانتظارها على أرض المسرح لنقوم باستكمال التتويج. إذن السادة الحضور، الفائزة بالمركز الأول لسباق 42 كيلومترا، تحياتنا للولو المري. A big round of applause goes to the first place winner of the women 42-kilometer run, Lulwa Al-Marri of Qatar. A big round of applause goes to Lulwa, being the first place winner of the 42-kilometer run for the women Qatari category. تحياتنا وألف مبروك وتصفيق حار جدا للرياضية المتألقة لولو المري. ألف مبروك للولو. إذا السادة الحضور، كان هذا هو نهاية هذا اليوم المميز ومع ماراثون الدوحة من أريد. شكر كبير جدا للمنظمين، المتطوعين، الداعمين، وطبعا جميع فئات المجتمع الذين انضموا إلينا اليوم في هذا اليوم المميز. أدعوكم بأن تستمتعوا لنهاية هذا اليوم وأن ترجعوا سالمين إلى بيوتكم. Ladies and gentlemen, a big thanks to everyone. This is how we conclude right here the Doha Marathon by Ooredoo. Big thanks to all the partners, the organizers, the volunteers, and all the participants that made this event possible. Thank you for today. Drive safe back home and have a nice evening. Goodbye!